Hello, everyone. This is APApp,
And this is Dave Mio.
and today we're doing a podcast on Kingdom Hearts.
Yay!
Woo! Explosions and Sora coming out with a fake Keyblade, and I punch him in the penis because I know it's not really Sora. But other than that, here we are. But today we're going to be talking about the gameplay itself, our personal experiences with it, and what we hope to see in the future. So, let's start off with you, David.
Alright, well, I guess the year was 2002, and I needed something new for my PlayStation 2 to play, and I found this game called Kingdom Hearts, and I was a little bit interesting. I never really had any experience with Final Fantasy or really any other Square games, but I was a big fan of Disney stuff, and I read about how you could explore all these other Disney places based on movies and things like that. So, I'll give it a try. So I bought it, took it home, put it in the PS2, and I was actually amazed playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time.
When I first found it, it was like the TV commercials. It was advertising it. I've always been a fan of Disney. Like ever since I was little, I would watch the movies over and over and over and over and over again. So when I found out that a game was coming out based on Disney, I never really heard of Final Fantasy during the time when I discovered it. But I wanted to play it so badly. But being the idiot I am, and the parents never got me game stations, I didn't get to play around Days and Recoded were coming out, and I just caught up from there and watched playthroughs and discovered Tom along the way. So I have a lot to owe to Kingdom Hearts, because if I have never found Kingdom Hearts, I would have never discovered Tom and the Hell Dragon and the Hellfire cast.
Right.
But so anyway, that was how I found it. Let's go through the chronologically every game and how they play out. First off, 2002 was Kingdom Hearts, a brand new game. Like how David said, this seemed very interesting, based off Disney and Final Fantasy. And the storyline goes that it was created by the director of Disney and the director of Square Enix while they were in an elevator ride. And that started the idea of Kingdom Hearts, from what I've heard.
Yeah, that's what I heard, where the two men went in the elevator and they came out with a brand new idea for a game.
Yep. Anything's possible in America. Like Captain America.
Yeah.
Anyway, first off, the game Kingdom Hearts came out in 2002. It's an action role-playing game. It was developed by Square Enix. God help them. They're kind of going down the drain at this point. And Disney Interactive Studios, which they haven't really came up with anything lately except for Kingdom Hearts. But other than that, it's still very good. It's a crossover between the two games, and they bring in characters from all the Final Fantasies and characters from all the Disney movies at one point or another. And they even base off worlds of Disney to be used for the game.
Right.
The main character is Sora. He is, at the beginning of the game, this is kind of a really big, long mind fuck. No matter where you go, your mind will be fucked.
Exactly.
Bent over, strapped down, and fucked.
Because the Kingdom Hearts series in a whole is a clusterfuck.
It is a clusterfuck. How we learned it when we first started was, okay, Kingdom Hearts is a stripper's asshole.
Exactly. Because I saw the darkness for the first time.
But anyway, it's a stripper's asshole is what I like to use, because David discovered that that's where darkness came from.
Yeah, that's where the Heartless spawn.
I still think of that day. Anyway.
But anywho,
back to the conversation at hand. Kingdom Hearts is apparently what Ansem, the main villain of Kingdom Hearts 1, is darkness, the spawning of Heartless in a stripper's asshole.
Yeah.
So he goes on. Calls forth these things called Heartless, which are like
Like
the
dark,
main
shadowy beings that want
shadowy
hearts.
beings. It's hard to explain because you have different types of Heartless. You have like the normal Heartless, which are just these little like hunched over creatures that are like
Right, and then it
yellow
leads to things like
eyes.
soldiers, and
Then you could go even deeper with like the Morning Star Heartless, the guard armor, and the armored guard, and
yeah, and it like determining on like what world you're in also determines like the heartless that you encounter.
and there's always the basic Heartless like shadows, which the one I was describing earlier. That's what it's called. It's just called a shadow. And there's also like an evolved form of it, which I like to call because it literally just evolved into something bigger and badder, which is the Neo Shadow. And those are the Neo or Novo Shadow.
I think it's Neo.
Yeah, because I learned more of the terminology of every Heartless through Days, one of the games of the franchise.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but because I had actually looked through every file. But anyway, in Kingdom Hearts, you start off with this boy named Sora, and with his friends Riku and his love interest Kairi. They live on this place called Destiny Islands, and it's peaceful, it's cool. You run around, you fight some people, you hump a bitch a couple times, make her scream with her jump rope.
Oh yeah, that bitch.
Yeah, that bitch.
Yeah, you ask her for a match, and she attacks you with her whipping jump rope.
It's practice for when she gets older.
I don't know what's worse, getting whipped by a jump rope, hit by like a volleyball, or hit with a power pole.
Well, the power pole is more manly because you're actually using a stick. David, they have sticks!
Oh yeah. Oh, especially Sora and Riku with their big wooden swords.
Oh yeah, they're badass. They're all classic. I've actually always wanted those when I was little. Like, I would see them on the TV shows, like, I want to make one, but I never got to it, which is kind of sad. But they have these wooden sticks, they go around and they fight people, Sora, Riku, and Kairi all want to leave the island on this little... What was the list that they asked for again? It was really stupid and really
like we need like rope, like a sail,
wood,
mushrooms, fish.
And didn't they need like one coconut or two coconuts?
It's like three. I think it was like 3 coconuts, a seagull egg,
and like 3 fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so they had all this stuff, and one day you build the raft. You collect things to build the raft. The next day, Kairi asks you, "Okay, can you go get us some supplies like food and whatnot?" And you get this one jug of fresh water. You look for fish. You get some coconuts. You fight the guys again. They can help you get like pre-experience points before you actually start the game. Which, if you're really desperate, you can actually troll the entire game by being at like a level 5 when the actual game starts.
Yeah.
Which I've done before, and it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I've done that myself.
Yeah, so you troll the game. It gives you the chance to troll. But anyway, you collect like this like small amount of supplies, which in my opinion is kind of stupid because 3 fish, 3 coconuts, 1 jug of water, about 100 million days out at sea.
And really, if you don't know where you're going, and you know that stuff is probably gonna last like what, a few days.
If you really tried, man, maybe 2 days, unless you burn a few days, unless you burn the raft trying to do anything, trying to make a fire to cook the fish, because I don't like raw fish, but some sushis.
But like one of the biggest reasons why they wanted to do that was because Kairi came from a different world, I guess you would say in their book.
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted to explore other worlds using this raft
which is really pathetic. And you get the chance to name it at one point. You have to race Riku. It's like, okay, get to this one point and back, and if you win, you get to name the raft. And I think you get to name the raft anyway, like, because like either you win, you lose, but he gives you the chance. Like, you know what? Go ahead, name the raft, because I feel sorry for you because I'm better than you, and ha ha ha, I'm emo. And he really is. He's really emo. But
yeah, like Riku's personality is very different compared to Sora's and Kairi's.
yep, he's what they call the foil, the character's best friend. That's the exact opposite. But
Right,
anyway.
because like all the kids seem like if you talk to them, they all seem to like look up to Riku because he's like, I'm always serious and I can handle anything.
Mm-hmm. But so you're going on. It's the end of the day of your second day on the Destiny Islands. There's actually a mainland. These are just like a small string of islands where the kids go to play. There's actually a mainland where there's the schools and whatnot, and the parents that actually, if they actually have parents, and they and you go around exploring the little Destiny Islands. You go to this door that's in the side of the mountain, and you find, well, actually this cave, and then you find the door where there's like chalk drawings everywhere that Sora and Kairi made, and you make a drawing of you giving what was that star pineapple thing?
Oh, Palpu fruit?
Yeah, Palpu fruit. Like the legend says, if you share a Palpu fruit, your destinies will be forever intertwined.
Yeah.
So basically, if you really want to bang a girl, make sure you share a Palpu fruit with her, because you'll get the chance eventually. Maybe not now, but eventually. And so he makes a drawing. He's like, I'm gonna share this with you, and you're gonna take it, and then we're gonna get together. And some guy in black comes out of nowhere, and he's like, this world has been connected. And you freak out. Well, I did, because I got scared. I was like, oh shit, this is pretty trippy. Right. And then all of a sudden, he disappears. You go home. Storm comes. The tutorial's pretty weird. That was before the Destiny Islands. You walk back. You go back to the island. You find Riku first, right? Or do you go to the door?
I want to say you find Riku first, and then like the shadow starts to darkness starts to come around.
Well,
and then you get the Keyblade, right?
When you first jump onto the island, don't the shadows start popping up? You fight them, and you realize,
yeah,
oh, crap.
You try to fight them, but there's like no damage, and so you try to go over the Riku, and then of course you try grabbing his hand, but then Riku gets teleported somewhere, and you're still left on the island. And then I think you can go to the door now, and then that's where you'll find Kairi, and then she's like, Sora, and then the one door like opens up and darkness starts blowing everywhere, and then I think that teleports you to the boss battle.
Yeah, the boss battle, and you get your I think you get the Keyblade after Riku disappears, right?
Yeah, because then like words start coming on the screen saying Keyblade.
Oh yeah, but that's actually kind of one of my favorite cutscenes to see is Kairi. She looks like as though she just woke up. It's like, holy shit, and she's like, Sora, explosion! She flies to you. You're like, yes, I get to grab those titties. What?
Then she like disappears.
Yeah, you're just like grabbing titties. No! She just disappears, and you blow away, and you come out. This huge thing that is called a dark side comes out, and it's like this huge ass motherfucker that's like you think would literally kill you, but it's not that hard of a boss. It's actually one of the easiest bosses to beat. It's pretty straightforward. It control you sometimes. Like it can take a long time to kill. I remember when you had to fight the dark side at the end of the game. That sucked.
Yeah, that did suck, especially because it was like a mix of bunch of bosses at the end.
Oh yeah. Now, I hate it when RPGs troll you with giving you boss after boss after boss after boss after boss. It takes forever.
Like anyway, you were still fighting the same boss, but it was like different stages.
Well, like if they switch up the boss, like you know how they did in KH2,
Yeah,
Yeah, they just gave you boss after boss after boss.
but I guess anyways.
Oh yeah, but anyway, so you fight them. You realize, oh crap, this is the dark side. You get your keyblade, and you're like, haha, and you go slash 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 slash, and yeah, it explodes. You're trying to hold on. You go into this big black hole of the stripper's asshole, and then you pop out in Traverse Town, which coincidentally, King Mickey sent a letter to Queen Minnie. He told her in the letter that stars are blowing out because the stripper's asshole is getting too small. They have to make room for the bigger stars, so
It's getting too tight.
they fall out of the darkness.
And anywho, you know, Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy.
Oh, and Pluto.
Oh, and Pluto, yeah. Even though, you know, Pluto, he might tag along, but really, he goes and fucks off.
He pisses around everywhere. He's like, finds his own way going everywhere. He doesn't need no door of darkness or a door of light. He just walks around.
Exactly.
So anyway, coincidentally they're going to Traverse Town to find a key. Anyone figure out the connection yet? I hope you did, because it's kind of the main point of all this. And so they're looking everywhere. You're as Sora. Pluto finds you. He wakes you up. You realize, oh crap, my island, it's disappeared. I don't know where to go. How the hell did I get here? You travel around. You fight a couple of Heartless. During cuts, you kind of realize like the basis of the place. You find the Dalmatians. You get that side mission. You can find all 100 Dalmatians to get special prizes.
Right.
You see Donald and Goofy walking around. You kind of learn the area, and then you get back to the place where you started off from. Then you meet Leon, which uses like a sword gun, which I think it literally is. It doesn't have the handle is like gun.
Yeah, and that leads to my top 10 of best Kingdom Hearts characters, and Leon is on that list. Because he's pretty badass.
Which number is he?
I don't know.
He's just there. That's all.
He's just there. I don't even know if it is a top 10.
It's
I just know it's
like
one of my favorite characters.
But anyway, first we get Leon. Ta-da! It's a boss battle that you can win, but it's kind of hard to do. It's like really hard, especially on Proud Mode.
Right. You don't have to win, but you know.
You don't have to win.
It's like extra experience if you do.
Yeah, it's a pretty good boost of experience. I mean, it does help, but he still takes you away while you're unconscious and rapes you, and then you wake up, oh, Kyrie, and turns into Yui. But anyway, you fight him. If you really are good and you really try, you can fight him. You can fight him and actually beat him. And like you do your final like slow motion, yeah, and then you faint. Which is really stupid if you win, but oh well. Leon picks you up, takes you back. Donald and Goofy find Yuffie, right?
No, I think they find Aerith.
Oh, Aerith. I don't know why I got their names mixed up.
Because Yuffie's still with Leon.
Leon, yeah. And she explains to them about Kingdom Hearts, or was
and
it
like
Ansem?
the reports of Ansem and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, the reports of Ansem. She explains like what you're looking for is a Keyblade, or no wait. She's explaining the Heartless situation to them. Leon explains to Sora that what you have there is a Keyblade, and why the hell did it pick you and not me? And he kind of he acts like a little bitch about it, which is kind of annoying, but he's still badass, so you can get used to it. And let's see here. You go out, you fight a guard armor, or is it an armor guard?
I think it's guard armor.
Okay, well, you fight a guard armor. You kind of smash into Donald and Goofy, literally, and you team up and you fight the guard armor. You kind of get you get the experience that how do you fight with them, and you can even learn how to configure them too, which is pretty cool.
Right.
After that, they suggest, you know what? Why don't we all go in our gummy ship? We can travel to other worlds in there.
Yeah.
And Jiminy pops up, yeah, and I could write down all the adventures in my journal.
Yep. And maybe we can find the king, and maybe we can find Riku and Kairi at the same time.
I know, and you can kind of tell Sora's a little obsessed with mostly Kairi. He does say, like, we have to find Kairi
because,
and
like,
Riku.
every time you get a flashback with something, you always seem to see Kairi. Like, Riku's, like, never there.
Yeah, you see Riku, like, every once in a while. But it's mostly just Kairi that he's obsessed with. It's like, he even says it. We need to find Kairi and Riku, not... He always says Kairi first. Riku could piss off in his opinion. He just wants the girl back. So then you get into your gummy ship, and you fly. And in this game, you have a few selection of worlds to pick, and the first two worlds you can pick from are the Tarzan world and Wonderland, right?
I think you can go to the Olympus Coliseum.
I thought that was like a third. I thought you had to complete one in order to get to that one.
I don't know. Well, anyways, those are, the three around past Traverse Town.
Mm-hmm. And you travel around to each of those worlds. Each of them have their own backstory, which kind of intertwines with the Disney area, which you can love because it's Disney. Who doesn't like Disney?
Like with Wonderland, you get to the point where it's the court kind of session from the movie, but like the court thing is a little bit different than in the movie because this time Alice is in court because they think she was the one who stole the queen's heart.
No, I think it was the hat. Well, they did something. I don't know what the Heartless did, but they did something. And she doesn't like it, and she keeps saying, no, you're the culprit. You collect evidence. You try to save her, but she disappears.
Right.
And then after that, you're like, holy shit, what happened to her? And then after that, you have the next two options, which is go to either, I think it's technically called Deep Jungles, or something like that.
But which is like with Deep Jungle, of course, at this point in the movie, this is after Jane and her father, who you never see in the game, and Clayton and all them are in Africa, trying to do research on the gorillas.
Yep, and they've already met Tarzan, and it's that point in the movie where, like, if you actually remember the movie, it's kind of like in the montage area when he's learning about the civilization, while they're learning about his situation, and it's kind of in that it's in that area, and it goes along again with the basic story. Clayton's the bad guy. You team up with Tarzan, which this is actually the first time you get to have a Disney character play with you, and that's pretty cool.
And that led to where Tarzan is, like, in my opinion, like one of the best team up people I've ever had with.
Yeah,
like he goes all out there. He's like, ugh, I'll stab you with my spear.
Yeah, he's stabbing everything. He's actually one of those few ones that actually help you.
I know, because he just jumps right on there.
Yeah, he's not afraid to get hit. He goes out there and he just smashes everyone for you. And so then you're like, hells yes. And so you go through the level. You meet different, like how we said before, there are different Heartless for each world. There's like specialty Heartless, like, and in the jungle world they have these monkey Heartless, and like you even get to fight no, not Sharabug. It was that leopard guy. I forget his name.
Sabor?
Oh yeah, it's Sabor. Yeah, you actually get to fight him too, which is actually pretty cool. Because I mean, this is the first time you actually get to fight in Alice in Wonderland, you actually get to fight the cards. The little card soldiers. And so like you actually get chances to fight the actual Disney characters type people. which is really fun, especially later on in the game when you actually have to fight the legit character. And in this one,
Right.
you actually fight Clayton,
Yeah, and
but
his giant, like, heartless, like, iguana
chameleon.
thing. Or
Yeah,
chameleon, yeah, that's what it
yeah,
is.
he's
Chameleon.
riding a chameleon, like, and he jumps around. He shoots at you with his gun, with the shotgun. The heartless attacks you. The main goal is to defeat you defeat one and then you defeat the other or something like that, if I remember right.
Like, I think, well, how I've always done it, I managed to kill the chameleon first, and then I'd kill Clayton, and then, of course, doesn't in the cutscene, like, the chameleon, like, falls on top of him or whatever?
Yeah, like you like do something, he falls off, he's like on the ledge, he's like he pulls out his gun, he's gonna shoot you, and then and they fall off. And you see the crystallized heart float up and into the sky and back into the stripper's asshole.
Yep.
And then you find a keyhole, which is oh, don't you find that also in Wonderland too?
Yeah, the doorknob is
Oh
the
yeah, the
keyhole.
doorknob. It's in its mouth. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
point the key at it. Like this is gonna happen every single world you go into in Kingdom Hearts 1. You find the keyhole, which is literally the doorway to connect it to the heartless of the world.
Right, so, because when you find the keyhole, you're sealing that world.
And you're putting it kind of away from the darkness. You're like locking it away from the darkness. And so you pull it out, you like point at it, a beam of light comes out of the keyblade, goes into the keyhole, it seals up, and you hear
Yeah.
and it's locked. And you collect a piece of a gummy piece for your gummy ship, which you can use to improve on it and to like make it more powerful, which I never really did. I don't think really. Yeah. I never really did that.
I didn't really mess with anything gummy
Gummy
wise in the first game.
In the second game, I did that a lot. Well,
Yeah, I did it a lot in the second one.
yeah. So you collect that, and then you travel over to your next world, which is Olympus Coliseum, and guess who? Hercules.
Yeah, and of course at this point, this is like after, he becomes saves the movie or whatever.
Yeah, this is like around the point after he saves the world and he becomes a champion. He's already a hero.
Where at this point, hey, why not build our own tournament thing and, have fights? Because, that's what Hercules does,
Oh yeah, and so you enter yourself into a tournament, which is it's basically like a side mini game. It can be, and you still get your storyline as well. I mean, like you have to Hades is you actually
Magical
fight
James
him, don't you?
Woods.
James Woods,
I
which
know.
I am so glad that he did it again in Cage 2, because
I know.
it would be so weird without James Woods there without Hades, and like it's just like in my opinion is one of his best roles. But so he does you find out that Hades is trying to mess with the tournament, trying to kill Hercules, wear him down, all that good stuff. And so you're actually trying to become heroes, but at the end of the game, at the end of the world, you become just junior heroes. But you get to fight pretty cool bosses. You get to fight a whole shitload of Heartless.
You fight Cloud.
Oh, you fight Cloud, yeah.
Yet
Jesus.
another one who makes it to my top favorite list.
Mm-hmm. Cloud was a pretty good fight. You get to fight Cerberus in this one. He's a hard ass motherfucker.
He is, especially because that's why I waited. I did like Olympus Coliseum after Wonderland and Deep Jungle.
Mm-hmm. The chronological order, I believe, the order you're supposed to go in is Alice in Wonderland, Deep Jungle, then Olympus. I actually jumped it at one point
because after you're done with Deep Jungle, you get the magic spell to heal yourself.
Mm-hmm, Kira.
Yeah, and that made things much better, and especially because plus when you beat Deep Jungle, you get yourself a different type of Keyblade related to that world.
Mm-hmm. You get Keyblades sometimes from, not all the time, Well, actually, like from certain events, you'll get a keyblade, which is based off the world. You get this like jungle heart keyblade, I believe it's called.
Yeah, and I found that to be very helpful
Oh yeah, that was a very good keyblade. It was like the
to
best
use against like
keyblade you could get
Cerberus
out
or
of those
whatever,
things.
and especially to heal myself.
Mm-hmm.
Because you will run out of potions before you know it, especially if it's the tough boss.
Yeah, and he was a troll. I mean, when I first fought him, it didn't seem that hard because I went chronological order. But the second time I went through the game, I actually went out of order and I
Uh-huh.
just went to like Deep Jungle or Alice in Wonderland, then to Coliseum, and I died consistently. It took me forever for me to actually beat him, and then eventually I decided, I'm just gonna go back, do Deep Jungle, then go back in. So I did all that, and that was just he's a hard boss. And if you continue on with the tournaments, you get trophies, you fight more Heartless, you get the chance to fight Sephiroth, you fight the Stone
Oh,
Titan, and you fight the Ice Titan.
the fuck
Which,
Sephiroth.
yeah, it's at the end.
I don't want to fight Sephiroth.
Sephiroth is hard. I've never been able to beat him.
Yeah, that's why I said fuck him.
Exactly. Okay, but after that, what happens?
After Olympus Coliseum,
Yeah.
you go back to Traverse Town because you can't really go anywhere else, and then like I know you meet up with Sid, and he wants you to like deliver a book to Merlin or whatever, and then you find like Merlin's house, and of course you have like another flashback where you see Kyrie, and eventually like Merlin pops in, and then you find out the book leads you to the Winnie the Pooh world in 100 Acre Woods,
Mm-hmm.
which that was mostly mini a game thing because there was no Heartless.
Yeah, you just played mini games and you repaired the book. You would
Yeah,
have
because
to
you
look for
you
the
had to
torn
go for
pages.
different worlds to find the missing torn pages.
Yep. And you even discovered an area where you can practice your magic, which
Oh yeah, I
which I
remember.
think you could actually level it up if you wanted to. I think, but I don't think it actually. I think it was just like actual practice, like quicking your pace with it, and actually got your first summon there, didn't you?
Yeah, wasn't
Simba.
that Simba?
Yeah, you get Simba. And in my opinion, he was one of the best summons in the world. I mean, apart
Right.
from Mushu, those two were one of my favorites because they were really cool. They were just pretty epic. You get Simba would come. You would like. It was actually pretty cool, the sequence to summoning them in the first game. You do Sora would like go into like this like swirling place of like kind of like, I don't know, some sort of tornado thing, and he goes summon, and he like turns his keyblade around. He points it out in one direction depending on your summon, and he clicks it, and it brings forth one of your summons. When you brought out Simba, he would come out. He was like invincible to no one could touch him, and he would roar, and it would like be like this like surrounding roar that would destroy Heartless or weaken them to a point where you just have to slash at them and they're instantly
Right.
dead. And it was so amazing. I was just, oh my god! And I used him a lot. I would always use him as much as I can. And which brings me to the point where MP and HP, your hit points were they would increase as you went along in the game, and you use potions to recover yourself.
Right.
And for MP, your magic points, you would use ethers to replenish, and it can grow over time. But you can like do things to make it grow faster, like to give yourself more health and magic. But the
Right.
problem is that MP didn't regenerate in the first game. You had to actually replenish it yourself, which really sucks because you sometimes can't. Sometimes you rely on your magic like to the max. You will always rely on it, and I've done that a lot with certain bosses. I would rely on magic in order to get me through the game, and it sucks when it doesn't regenerate on its own, which was a good thing they changed in Kingdom Hearts 2. after that, I think you get this time warp gummy, or this warp gummy, and you get to another circle of different worlds, which you encounter. What do you encounter?
I believe next would be Agrabah.
Oh yeah, Agrabah, and you get to meet Aladdin, one of my other favorite co-opers.
And of course, at this point for the Disney film, this would be around the time like Aladdin would be getting the lamp or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And Jafar is trying to take over. Take over. He's trying to rape the princess to become sultan. Use her as a sex slave. Genie is helping Aladdin get into is trying to show off Aladdin to make him look like a prince.
You know what? Like real fast, you're like right, because going off a little off topic, watching Aladdin to the one scene where you see like Jasmine kind of chain up wearing that more sexual outfit than her other one. Exactly. That's what, through a kid's mind, you might think as a prisoner, but today you're thinking sex slave now.
Exactly. I don't pull this stuff out of my ass. I'm actually saying
and
literal
then you
thing.
wonder like, what's Disney really up to?
Exactly. I mean, he technically is supposed to have a wife, so sex slave, you're my wife.
Exactly, and plus Jafar being, evil and all, that's the reasonable thing that's going to happen.
Exactly. I'm not making this stuff up. This is legit.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Disney is good for this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And like they do this with another movie. I'm going to go even more off topic, but I'm going to swing around in the end. Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Oh, exactly.
The reason why the bad guy doesn't like Maria is, I think her name's Maria or something like that. Esmeralda, there we go.
Yeah, the gypsy.
The gypsy is because he likes her and he wants to bang her. And so he goes through this entire thing. It's like at the end he gets puts her on a torch. It's like, okay, if you have sex with me and be my wife, I will not kill you. And she's like, bitch, I'm not gonna be your sex slave. And so he tries to burn her. She falls unconscious, and that world in particular comes into play during the most recent game that's going to come out for Kingdom Hearts, Dream Drop Distance. And I think they even mentioned that at one point. Like, I don't remember how, but I think they show that scene in one point.
Right.
And so I'm just thinking, holy crap, sexual jokes.
Oh, that movie on its own had a very big religion thing going around it.
Yeah, it was a big religion thing. He was like, hell's fire, dark fire, something with saints and whatnot. But I forget the rest. But it circles around to it. It's used again. That world's used, which I'm really glad, because that was one of my favorite Disney movies, and
yeah,
it's very fun to see your favorite movies used in this game, because they use them pretty well. They don't ruin them. They kind of amplify the idea of what they did, because you had Tarzan. You actually got to help him defeat Clayton.
Right.
You helped Alice get off the jury. You help Aladdin defeat Jafar, which leads me into one of my which is your first, in technicality, I don't really think as Clayton your first Disney boss fight, because you're technically fighting a Heartless at the same time.
Right, where Jafar,
he's on his own. He's he actually uses his powers of being an evil genie and all that. He actually uses those powers and fights you, which is actually pretty amazing.
It is.
That was amazing. I always consider it as your first real Disney boss fight. Technically, it is Clayton, but he has the aid of a Heartless.
Right, where Jafar doesn't.
Yeah, and Jafar is on his own, so...
Yeah, and then, when you do defeat Jafar, and then he asks the genie to make himself a powerful genie. I mean, yeah, going by the rulebook, you can't kill a genie, but that's where you focus on attacking Iago. Technically, Iago is still a Disney character, so...
And you fight him because he has the lamp. And if you know your Disney knowledge right, you don't need a tutorial for this. You know what you're supposed to do. Because in
Yeah.
the first game, they actually really stuck really close together with Disney. They would like, if you know your Disney terminology, you know how this story is going to end, so you know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
You
so
don't
get
really
that
need
lamp.
like a guide. What'd you say?
So you go and get that lamp.
Yeah. And you beat him up, you collect the lamp, he goes into the lamp, you bury it, you throw it away, and you find the keyhole once again. And I think during that time, you get a cutscene where you kind of see the ultimate Disney villain crew?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah, and Jafar is one of them, and mostly Disney's most evilest and cruelest villains of them all, which has one of my two favorite villains in it. Um, so you defeat Jafar, you lock it, and you collect Genie as a summon, which is pretty cool. Which again, Sora does his twist, unlock, Genie comes out. He does magic, and blasts the Heartless away for you. And after that, you go to Monstro, correct?
Correct. And this is probably right at this point was the closest at this time it was the closest thing to a Pinocchio world.
Because technically, Pinocchio's world actually was destroyed. It burnt
Right.
out. And for some strange reason, Monstro got out, and he's like still swimming around in space.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so you would Monstro come all if you're flying around, and all of a sudden Monstro comes up and he goes and he
And
eats you,
you're swollen, yeah.
and you wake up and you come up inside of Monstro, which at this point of the movie is Geppetto with and Pinocchio, Figaro and Chloe in the wrecked ship
I
inside
mean, like
Monstro.
technically, yeah, in the actual movie this does happen where they do get eaten.
Yeah.
So,
Actually, in the movie, Geppetto goes out and he's looking for Pinocchio. He goes out to
right.
sea, and Monstro comes up and eats him. And then Pinocchio realizes, oh crap, he's in Monstro. So
Right.
you go around. You go out to Monstro and you like try to look for him, and you find Monstro. He eats you. Then you find Geppetto. No wait, you find out that he went to sea. You go out there. He jumps off the pier. He's looking for him. He's looking for Geppetto everywhere. And a monster comes out, eats them, and he's reunited with Geppetto. They figure out a way of getting out. And caca. But that's the storyline. In this line, they all got trapped, and they don't know how to get out, and they can't do the fire thing that they did before. So you're trying to help them get out. You're trying to make the fire thing come to life for them. You're gonna make monsters sneeze. They're gonna disappear, which they'll reappear later on in a different part, which I won't say yet because we still need to go through the Monstro world. And let's see what happens. You meet Geppetto. Pinocchio disappears. He's going to run off and play. Geppetto gets worried. You look for him, and at this point, I think you find one of my favorite moves, Glide. Or you find a treasure chest and you find one of the abilities.
I think it's like super jump.
Oh, that's it, Super Jump. And which is actually one of my favorites. Like Glide and Super Jump are one of my favorites.
Right.
Because, you know, who doesn't want to jump like even higher and come down with like a slam attack? It's always so cool. But so it's literally a maze in Monstro. The cells, I'm guessing they're cells, on the side on the walls that you see beat within the time of the music. So it's pretty cool. I've always noticed that. It's like, oh my god, that's so cool. And it's an entire maze. You meet I think you meet one of those heartless that you can only attack from the back on this world.
Oh yeah, I think they're big bodies.
Oh yeah, big bodies. Yeah. But you get to meet them for the first time, which they suck. I hate them.
Yeah, they do because, of course, the weakness is from the back.
Mm-hmm. You go around, you're trying to find Pinocchio, you find him, but you also find Riku. And what was his obsession with Pinocchio? It was like, this guy doesn't have a heart, so how is he living, right?
Something like that. I don't know.
I think that was his obsession about it. I don't remember, but he's like, he captures Pinocchio. Well, actually, I think he like tricks him into playing with him,
Yeah.
with his dingalang, and and then he takes him away. You chase after Riku, and then you get to what the Hellfire team likes to call the well, actually, yeah, it was like they called him Parasite, right?
Like Parasite Cage?
Parasite Cage, which is makes a reappearance in Kingdom Hearts 2.
With a different form.
Different form, but still, like, it's literally the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It does the same kind of deals in a way.
Yeah, but you go. It's like, I think in the area where you find it is like in Monster's stomach, like his legit stomach where the acids is. You fight Parasite Cage. You save Pinocchio. Parasite Cage was a bitch to beat because he would always knock you off and it would squirt the acid at you, and you would burn consistently.
Yeah.
So it took you forever for you to actually beat him. It took me a while. I had to use Super Jump like so many times to get on high levels so I can attack him. And Goofy and Donald would always die on me at this point. But anyway, so you would fight them. You keep fighting him. You beat him up, and after that, you saved Pinocchio. You lost Riku again. That little bitch. But Sora is like, oh no, he's not being a bitch. He's just pissing around. He's just messing around. He'll be back. I'll find him again. So he's being all Mr. What's the word? Optimist?
Optimistic?
There we go, Mr. Optimistic. And, so we're gonna go find him again. So you go back to Geppetto, you bring him back, and I forget how, but you make Monstro sneeze again, and they fly off, and they'll reappear in Traverse Town. They'll make a little home.
Oh yeah, they do towards the end.
Yeah, actually, I think if you actually go back after the world.
Oh yeah, when you come back,
Yeah.
It's somewhere in Traverse Town.
I never figured it out until like near the end of the game. And
Yeah,
they
same
actually
here.
give you a Keyblade.
Yeah.
It's like Wishing Star, and it has like the highest MP magic rate. It increases your magic like double time, which is like more powerful. So if you're one of those like always a magic user, never an attacker, this is your Keyblade for the
because it was high on magic, but it was weak on attack.
And it like if you're one of those magic you spam magic, this is one of your Keyblades for you to always use until you get the next best one for magic people, which I forget which one it is, but you could get that, which is technically the Pinocchio themed one, but I didn't get it until the end of the game when I went back to Traverse Town and I found them. I was like, oh crap, you're here. So I found them, got the Keyblade. Not so good, I don't like it very much, but it's a Keyblade. What's the next world after Monstro?
I believe it would be Atlantica.
Oh, Atlantica, yeah. I hate that world. With
See, at this point, like when you were here, yeah, I hated it too. But I don't think really, like the first movie hasn't really began, right? Isn't that more into the next game or the Kingdom Hearts 2?
Actually,
like that, it's a little confusing.
I think I know this. For some strange reason, the storyline in this one is the exact same in Kingdom Hearts 2. I mean,
Right.
exact to the goddamn letter. I mean, first off, you find Ariel and Sebastian, and in this world, it is a bitch to fight.
Yeah,
as
the
we
controls for underwater is like
God.
really hard, especially to fight with.
run. Yeah, you get a tail, and you're swimming around. You would think it would be the coolest thing in the world, right? But
It
no,
would.
it's so hard to move around. You're trying
It is.
You're trying to fight Heartless, which are fish-themed Heartless, and they move around, but faster than you.
Yeah, they do, especially, like, the scuba diving looking ones, the ones that are green or whatever.
Oh my god, those ones. Yeah,
and then there's the big electric fish thing.
Yeah, I think it was some sort of jellyfish
and
type
then,
monster.
but the giant fish.
Yeah, it would explode, and it would, like, have little ones that would go out. Oh my god, I hated that.
Like, every, like, type of Heartless there seemed like, I'm going to troll you now.
Yeah, and it really would. It would troll you completely. You would die because you couldn't turn around fast enough. You couldn't defend yourself fast enough. And Donald and Goofy don't help you very much. They can't. They're kind of like in the same boat as you. They can't move as fast. Yeah, they can move faster than you for some strange reason, but they would still be like a little glitchier, as glitchy as you. You couldn't like move around as fast. You couldn't like go everywhere. You would get confused on which way it was up, which way it was down. You could get lost in there. I did a couple of times.
Like when I would pick my partner, I would choose Ariel and Donald, because Ariel, like, she would, I forget what the move would be called, but she'd be like mermaid twist attack or whatever. And
I never really used Ariel. I thought she would die on me every other time, so I never really used her. I probably should go back and use her again.
Like, I found, like, she seems to also, like, be more of a healer as well.
That's
which was
the only
good
reason I used
when I
her.
got to
would,
the final
I would ditch
boss.
Donald and bring in Ariel and keep Goofy with me. Because I'm a tanker. I always tank when I do it, so who's the best tanker in the game? It's Goofy.
Right,
so I always
yeah.
kept him as my right-hand man. And he would go in, he would help me tank. And like I said before, the storyline is actually the same. You go through, she falls in love with Eric, but for some strange reason she doesn't transform into a human. She stays a fish. And at the end of this one, you fight Ursula, you kill her. She's part of the group, by the way, of the evil villains. And if you know all your evil villains, you like when the cutscene shows, they'll show you every single villain, and you don't see them, but you hear their voices. And if you know each and every single one of them, if you're like a Disney freak like me, I knew it from point one. I knew exactly which villains I had to take down. So you lose Jafar and Ursula technically are dead, quote quote, and you defeat them. The King Triton doesn't really like you at first because he realizes, oh wait,
yeah, like what's up with King Triton?
I
like,
don't know.
He's like seems to like know about other worlds in a way.
And I thought no one was supposed to know about anything else.
Like would he be one of the people who like might know like Mickey in a way?
He's called King Triton, so I'm guessing he has some sort of royal connections with him.
Right, like because like he goes up to like Sora and he's like, "Young man, you're not from another sea, you're from another world."
Yeah, and it's like so stupid, and he's like,
and it just pisses me off because of that.
Yeah, it's like it's so stupid because he makes you like leave the Atlantica, like technically leave, and go to like a shipwrecked graveyard. You fight that shark from the movie. At a couple times at that area, if you go a lot, and he gets mad at you a lot, which is stupid. You find Ariel, you help defeat Ursula, then he's like, oh well, maybe you Outlanders aren't so bad after all.
Well, I do like when in Kingdom Hearts 2 when you go back to Atlantica, and he's like, I hope you're not using that Keyblade, are you?
Sticking it up with your asshole, or pulling down Ariel's tail and sticking it up her asshole.
So, but anyways, I guess we'd move on to the next one, which would be one of my favorite places, Halloween Town.
Woo!
And I love The Nightmare Before Christmas.
And then you get to meet Jack Skellington. Explosions! With personally, one of my favorite co-opers that you can get throughout the entire series.
Exactly.
He is a badass motherfucker. He is a magic user, and he strikes people with his freaking claws. How awesome is that?
I
I
know
mean, oh
Jack
my
is a
god.
really good character.
And he is orgasmic, because it's Jack Skellington. I mean, who's not going to love him? He is amazing. In KHT, you get to use him again, and he has this most amazing move, which is awesome. And he's just like one of my ultimate favorites that I just love. The storyline you get to use is same deal as the first one, as the actual movie. You are in Halloween Town. He's not actually, for some strange reason, they don't have him obsessed with Christmas. They have Oogie
Yeah, that's
Boogie.
like more leads into like the second.
Like, they did a smart deal. They switched it around to the point where they kind of split the idea. Like, this is before they didn't actually touch the actual storyline. They just
Yeah, like
used the
this is like
characters.
a little bit before the actual movie.
Yeah, this is supposedly supposed to happen when Jack was still loving Halloween and everything.
Right.
And no, so he's like, yes, I love Halloween.
Because
but,
he's trying to come up with a new theme for the next Halloween, but using the Heartless to make them dance or whatever.
Yep, and he's trying to choreograph the Heartless, but then they turn on him, and he's like, no. And you get to fight Oogie Boogie, which is
I know
pretty cool.
Oogie Boogie is yet one of my badass villains next to Hades.
Oh yes, he is a troll. I mean, with his fight is a two-parter. You in the storyline, he's obsessed with you're trying to help him find a theme for Halloween next year, and you go around, you find out that Oogie Boogie's trying to take over Halloween Town. So
Right.
you go after him, you fight Jack, Lock, Shock, and Barrel, which they're a joke in all of them. I'm going to go a little off to the side. Lock, Shock, and Barrel is actually... Shock is supposed to be stock. So Lock, Stock, and Barrel, parts of the gun. They're literally Oogie's attack force, you can technically say.
Of course,
They
it's not
changed it over
a
to
great
Shock.
attack force when you're using children.
Of course. And they go, trick or treat, attack! And kidnap the Santa Claus, put him in a bag, and all that big
But
stuff.
of course, when you after you fight them, you unlock the door to Oogie Boogie's room, and this is what I like to call the gambling room of death.
Oh yeah, the gambling room of death. That was, oh my god, it was...
Because like Oogie would roll the dice, and determining on how the dice roll could determine like what's going to happen next.
There was like a casino area. Like, I forget which gambling game it's called, but it's that roulette one.
Oh
And
yeah.
it would spin around constantly. You got thunder at that point, and you would use it a lot in this battle. I remember I would use it so many times to beat Oogie. But he would go around. He even used some of the ideas that you used in the movie. You know, when Jack was fighting him one-on-one? Like
Yeah.
the guys that came out with the shotguns. What else? The random the sabers that would come out and slash at you.
Yeah.
The trick things where it would shoot Oogie up onto the side and it would walk around. You would have to just figure out a way of getting up there and
Oh, yeah.
attacking him. There was a lot. Yeah, it was just a lot.
And of course, like after you defeat him the first time, you think it's all over, you know, you're leaving, just to find out, oh, I'm going to fuse with my house.
Oh yeah, that was so lame. You get out, you save Sally, you jump out, and he just fuses with his house, and he becomes like this huge big monster. And the goal in this one is to destroy the globs of darkness, right?
The darkness zits.
Oh, the darkness zits. They're
That's
squirting
what I
out
thought they
darkness.
like. I was like, he has zits, and we got to pop them all to kill him.
Oh yes.
Darkness zits.
Darkness zits. They would squirt out darkness. Oh gosh. So after you fight the darkness zits, you explode them all. He goes, "No, my zits!"
And then
He disappears and
he just
explodes.
disappears really.
Yeah, there's no. He just
And of course, this
explodes
is
and dies.
where it gets like to be like a mind fuck in a way, because if the actual movie's gonna happen, next, then where's Oogie Boogie gonna appear at?
I he's supposedly brought back to life in KH2.
Right,
So,
but like, isn't more of KH2 a little bit after Nightmare Before Christmas? Because like, Santa Claus makes a reference saying,
yeah.
"You're not trying to, do the whole Christmas thing again, are you, Jack?"
Maybe he disappears, he comes back, and then he actually dies. Cause I don't think let's see. I don't think that he lost all his bugs in
Right, because
KH.
yeah, I see. Because like, I think what happens is, if this is my theory, but what I think that what happens is, he gets defeated in Kingdom Hearts, but then I think he finds his way back, because he's made up of the bugs,
Hmm.
and but then like, he gets killed in the actual movie, but then of course by Kingdom Hearts 2, Maleficent brings him back, but like his energy's not fully with him.
No, it's not fully recovered. He's still recovering from being brought back
Yeah,
from the
that's
Nether.
what I meant. But of course that leads to that. We'll get there when we get there. But
Yeah, I think you have a good point there. Like he disappears, you like send him away, and he comes back somehow. He fixes himself. He doesn't die. He just disappears, and yeah, he disappears. You he comes back for the movie. Jack kills him, and then Maleficent resurrects him in KH2. He recovers, and then this time you actually kill him by taking away by making him rip and making him lose all his bugs.
right.
Which, I think you have a good point there. Yeah, yeah. I think that's it. I think that's it. Yeah, cool.
But I guess anyways we'll just move on now.
Yep. Let's see. After the Halloween Town, you
We
get
go.
another Keyblade, I believe.
Yeah,
The pumpkin. No, Decisive Pumpkin was the next one. I forget what this one was called.
I don't know, but
It was badass. That's all I remember. Oh,
so,
you also get I think at this point I used Olympica a lot, or
yeah.
yeah, the Olympus Coliseum Keyblade. And after this, I think is Netherland or
What, Neverland?
yeah, Neverland. Was it Neverland or
I think it was Neverland would be next.
after this was the world that never was, right?
Well, I think it was Neverland, then Hollow Bastion, then the world that never was.
Oh wait, I'm think World that never was
Or
KH2.
oh yeah, the end of the world or
The end of the
whatever.
world. That's it. Okay, so all right. So next you go to Neverland, which is guess who? Peter
Michael
Pan.
Jackson. Yeah, Peter Pan.
What were you saying?
I said Michael Jackson.
Well, he lives in a world that never dies of
Exactly,
kids.
because you ever been to Michael Jackson's Neverland? Oh, you'll never leave.
Oh,
Especially if you're a boy.
especially. He's gonna come down from heaven and kill us. Anyway, Michael Jackson or Peter Pan comes in and what does he do? He and this storyline is you're with Wendy. You basically like the movie. You're at the point where Wendy and comes in for some strange reason. Her brothers aren't there.
Yeah, like Kingdom Hearts was good for not adding like the other characters for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, in all retrospective reality, it's not. It wouldn't help at all if they were there. They'd probably
Right.
just get in the way consistently.
Right, where Wendy was more important than Peter Pan, love interest really.
Mm-hmm. And so you go in, you get to learn how to fly, which is the most coolest thing in the entire world. You find Riku, you fight your anti-self, and you find Kairi. And you realize what happens to her, which is kind of sad. Her heart has been taken away, but her body still stays there for some reason. So they're trying to get her, Riku is trying to get her heart back, and it's so sad because Sora at the you actually get to fight Captain Hook at one point too. So he's the boss of the world,
Of
but
course.
it's sad at the end. It's like he's still being optimistic about, oh, we're gonna save Kairi and whatnot, even though she's technically dead, which I find completely sad, to be quite honest. I mean, it was like a heartbreaking moment. It's like, you're so stupid. You're just so stupid. And it was sad. I mean, the idea behind it was really sad. It's just, I hate how he was being so optimistic about it. It's like, oh, she's going to be okay. She won't believe that I flew and woohoo and all that crazy stuff. It was bullshit, to be quite honest.
Right, and,
So
and of course,
stupid.
like you really find out like Riku's mind has been poisoned by like Maleficent, because Maleficent tells Riku, Sora now has new friends that he's with, and he has no time to be with you.
Oh yeah, that sucked. That really, really sucked because she just mind raped him to the point where he didn't even know what he was doing anymore. And yeah, so she mind raped him. He became her slave. Let's see. You get Tinkerbell, and I think at this point you got also have Dumbo and Bambi, which
Right.
I forget when you get them, but you get them.
Well, I found that Tinkerbell is a very useful summon.
She is a very useful summon. She heals you a lot, and that's actually really good.
Yeah, I
Bambi,
found her to really help me throughout the later tougher bosses that you fight.
now come to think of it, I never used a summon in the actual final bosses. I would just go out all out on my own,
Yeah,
and
I didn't either. I just went all
no,
out.
come to think of it, I should have used it. You know what? I think I might actually play the game and actually use the summons more often.
It might, it might actually help you, but
Yeah.
see, summons can take up like a lot of MP.
But if you use Bambi, which is actually a very useful summon, sorry, Bambi prances around and drops HP balls and MP bubbles for you to pick
Right,
up.
which it's very useful if you
Mhm.
want to recover your magic pretty fast.
Yep, and like especially if you're like on your down low and you only have one summon, like enough magic to bring one summon, bring Bambi, because Bambi is gonna help you in the long run. He's gonna jump around, prance, do whatever, gonna shoot out MP and HP bubbles out of his ass, and you're just gonna collect them, and hopefully not go into his ass to find some more,
Exactly.
and then you're gonna use them to your advantage, heal yourself up, increase your MP, and get back into battle. Bring another summon and attack. Dumbo uses a water attack. You shrink or something. I think you shrink.
I don't know. I never really used Dumbo.
If you ever go to like how we said before, like how Merlin had that place where you would practice your magic.
Uh huh.
You could use all your summons at that point, and what could you use your summons for? You would get to practice with each and every one of them. And I figured out what Dumbo did. You would like shrink down, and you would like jump on Dumbo's hat, and you would spray water around, and it would like destroy Heartless. It was pretty
Murderous water. Holy water.
cool. Holy water of heaven. Ah. But yeah, so that was Dumbo's power, which was pretty cool. It was like you get to use Dumbo as a cannon, which is pretty cool. Let's see. You use Dumbo as a cannon. Tinkerbell heals you a lot, so that helps in like tough bosses. Which there's 2 end bosses that are hard to beat, hard as balls to beat. Jesus. Okay. Let's see. You go through the world. You bring back Wendy. You save Neverland from Captain Hook. He gets chased off by
The crocodile.
the TikTok crocodile. Yeah. And because in this world, no one dies in this movie. No one technically dies.
True.
And so they go on. You go back to the clock tower, and you find the keyhole, which is in the clock clock face.
It sounded like you said the cock face.
Cock face in your mouth.
I don't know if I would want that to be sealed up. That sounds painful.
It does sound painful. Apparently, some guys like it, which I don't see how.
Ugh.
I honestly don't see how that's enjoyable. But anyway, Kingdom Hearts, innocence. What does he do? What's next after Kingdom Hearts? A Hollow Bastion, right?
Yeah, Hollow Bastion would be next. And this one is like a world of its own.
Mm-hmm. It's like, I think it's the idea of, I think just Disney and Square Enix came together. It's like, let's make a world of our own. And they brought forth Hollow Bastion, which...
And of course, like, mostly Hollow Bastion in this game is just really the castle itself.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, you get, like, one of the badass people to help you.
Beast!
Yeah, Beast is like, well, Beast.
A beast. He's pretty amazing.
You'll have him in battle, and a Heartless will come up, whoosh, the Heartless is dead.
And I think the game realized that how much of a troll he is. He destroys.
Exactly. Like
everything.
he'll jump, like, attack one Heartless and go jump straight to the next one.
He doesn't wait. He doesn't does that, he waits around and waits for you to attack. He just goes.
Yeah, he goes.
And he was my favorite character to tank with. So I would kick off Donald and bring in Beast, and I would have the ultimate tanking squad, and I would just tank my way through that game. And the game realized how much of a badass he is, so they took him away for one of your for when you had one of your bosses.
Right.
Well, actually, confrontations, really, because they had to make him super powerful, because when you first start off this world, you're in this pretty amazing waterfall area, which you're at this little floating island staircase type deal, and you're jumping up to get to the castle, and there's a waterfall around you, and you jump up, you fight a Heartless, you're feeling pretty good because you got high level everything, and you're kind of trolling the Heartless at some points. So you go up there, you're like, yes, I'm badass. And then Riku comes in again, and you're like, Riku, you should come along with us. We're gonna save Kairi. Where's Kairi? And Riku's like, you are unworthy for the Keyblade. And he sticks out his hand. And I think at that point you also find Beast as well. And he's he kind of tags along. Yeah, you find Beast. He tags along with you. You find out how much of a troll he is. And back to what I was saying before, Riku goes out, it's you are unworthy of this Keyblade. And he sticks out his hand, and the Keyblade disappears from Sora's hand, and it comes into Riku's hand, which is a mindfuck all its own, which we will explain later on. But anyway, he steals the Keyblade, and he's like, you should... shouldn't play with sharp objects, and he like tosses him like the wooden sword you used at the beginning of the game. It's like you should play. You should not. You should stick to playing kids games. And he walks away, and you find out, and really stupidly, Donald and Goofy follow because their orders were to follow the Keyblade.
Exactly.
And so they're like, "Sorry, Sora," and they just go off. It's like, what a bitch! After all that we've been through, you're just gonna ditch me? So he's devastated. You have this crappy sword after you've been trolling the world with your Keyblade. You have Beast, which is good because the game realizes how much of a troll he is. He attacks and attacks. So it's good you have him on your team. You go around a bit, you try to get to the main castle hallway. You find Riku, Donald, and Goofy again, and you're like, no, I don't want to battle my best friend. So you're like, I'm going to fight just you. Well, actually, no, Beast goes in, he tries to attack, he gets captured, sent away. You go out there, it's like, no, damn it, now I'm alone. But you're still gonna fight, and what was it? Riku like fires like a death shot at you. You try to block it, or you just like you get scared or something. He does something, and Goofy comes out and saves your ass like at last minute. He blocks the blast with his shield, and he's like, I'm not going to back down with my friend. I've been too much with them, and friends stick together till the end. And I'm just thinking, why didn't you say that before?
Yeah, you dick.
I know, they ditched you. It was so stupid. And it's like, Donald's like, you know what, you're right, let's go. And like, I'm just being more of a dick to Donald now. I'm like,
Donald, he's like the dick from the beginning, so...
Yeah, in the deep jungle world, when you get there, he is a real dick to you. He's like, why are you still here, or something like that, I don't know. And like, he's just being a dick.
I know, he is.
He's Donald the dick. Anyway, let's see. You get that. Beast comes back. He's like, I'm sorry, I got captured. But you're like, oh, it's okay. You're not the one that abandoned me. Dicks. And so, you hate them. Like, at this point, you really hate them. And so you kind of want to beat their asses. So, which I let them die. And I don't heal them. I just like, screw you guys. And I just keep fighting. But you go around, it's like, Riku summons his own Keyblade, which is called Soul Biter, I believe, or was it Soul Eater?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember, but it's a pretty epic looking Keyblade. He pulls it out, and he's like, this Keyblade unlocks hearts. Excuse me. Okay, this Keyblade unlocks hearts, and Maleficent is actually the leader of this entire villainous group. And her goal is to bring 7 princesses of purest heart, which for some reason Alice is there, which she's not a princess.
Exactly. I don't even remember the actual movie even explaining that.
She's not a princess.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, you know, what I was getting at. Like, the movie never, doesn't clarify any of that. So
I think they're using her idea as she's technically royalty. In the movie, she's like, oh, come on now, it's time for tea. I think she's like some sort of like in some sort of high class family.
Yeah.
In the movie, and she gets trapped in Wonderland, which I'm guessing kinda dictates that she's technically a royal, which I guess could make her a princess, but I don't really think that is logic.
I think they just needed someone, so they picked her.
Well, they had like 20 other princesses to pick from. I mean, well, actually, they did. Let's see, they had, what was the 7 princesses?
Oh, isn't Ariel a princess?
Yes, Ariel's
I mean, King Triton, after all.
There we go. That's it. Why isn't Ariel there, or Mulan? She's a princess.
Yeah, but Mulan wasn't. But yet, that shouldn't matter really, because they
kidnapped Beauty. They kidnapped Aurora.
You had like Beauty Beast. I mean, shit. You kept Belle, Snow White, whatever
Aurora.
Sleeping Beauty's name is.
Aurora.
Yeah, her.
And see, so you didn't really need to explain how you got your hands on Mulan. You could have just taken Mulan, because she's a princess. Ariel's a princess. Why do you have fucking Alice there? She's not a goddamn princess. Ah! It's like a mind fuck. Why did they do that? Disney even knows this. They even have, like, whenever they celebrate the princesses of Disney, Alice isn't there. She's never there. You have Mulan, you have Belle, you have Aurora, you have you have Snow White, you have now the newest princess,
Black girl.
now the black. You have the black
I don't
princess.
know. I haven't seen that movie yet.
It's Princess and the Frog, and I forget her name at the moment, but she dresses green all the time. Then you also have the Tangled princess, which I forget her name right now.
Yeah, I haven't seen that movie either.
I've seen it, but I just can't remember her name. I loved it, actually. It was a pretty good movie.
I might have to check it out then.
It is really good. It's not that bad. It's actually pretty good. But anyway, you have like a whole bunch of other princesses to pick from, which I can't think of all of them at the moment, but I know there are more than that. And you could have picked any single one of them except damn Alice. Why did you even pick her? She's technically not a princess. I mean, they never said, oh, she's of royal blood. You just really assume this. Unless the book actually stated that she was a princess, but I don't think it did. Though I never really read the book, so I wouldn't know. But I still think it's not it.
And, of course, you know, with people like Kyrie, you know, you find out that, you know, I guess you would say she was a princess.
Yeah, I guess in Sora's
But, of
eyes,
course,
she's a
Kyrie
princess.
was, you know, she's Kingdom Hearts' own creation, so you can make her whatever you want.
Exactly, which I honestly don't mind. I mean, they actually had legit princesses there, which they had Snow White, Aurora,
Jasmine.
Oh yeah, again, we forgot to mention, they stole Jasmine from Aladdin's world, and
Right.
that's why Genie tags along to help you find Jasmine. Because you're kind of afraid that Jafar stole her and is, you know, banging her at this moment. 'Cause that would really suck. For Aladdin, at least. And Jasmine, too, because you don't want that old dick inside you. Anyway. You go... anyway, there's Aurora, Snow White, Jasmine, Belle, who else? And then you have Alice, Kyrie. What was the 7th princess?
Princess Aurora.
I already said that, right? Snow White, Aurora, Belle, Jasmine, Alice, Kyrie, and...
A Cinderella.
There we go! Okay, cool. Yes, high five on that one. Yes, perfect.
And how can we forget her? She was like one of the bigger popular princesses.
I don't know. I just don't know. I forgot about Jasmine. But again, you have 4 out of the 7 princesses that are not explained how they get there. You could have easily taken out Alice and actually put a real princess in there. I mean, come on. Why? It's just one of those ideas where one of those things where I question the game. Anyway, you find out that all the princesses' hearts were stolen to help create Kingdom Hearts. You find Maleficent, and you get to fight her as a dragon, which is a really trolling boss.
This is where I started using summons like Tinkerbell to help me.
I never used summons at this point. I forgot about summons completely. When you first fight her, you fight her as normal state. She's like using magic and exploding things, like lifting up pieces of rock from the ground and throwing them at you. She's flying around, causing like thunder and shit. She's trolling you. She's like literally trolling you. And So, and she has a two-parter to her boss battle. She goes like, "Kakad, explosion," and a whole bunch of stuff. And you're like trying your hardest not to die. She, she killed me a couple of times. It took me a while for me to get through her. Then you get through her. You get to your safe spot. You save. You're like, oh yes. And you're like, you collect things again. You start buying stuff and getting more potions. Then you go again to the next room, and you find her in dragon state, which is even more of a troll.
She is, because she would, like, you know, breathe fire out, and there would be fire that would be around the battlefield.
Oh yeah, and she would snap and like whip you with her tail. It was hard.
I know. And like, luckily you had people like the Beast on your side to help you there.
Oh yeah, I would have not survived without Beast. She saved me a couple of times. Let's see. He saves you a lot. It's a hard boss. It's like a really hard boss. After you beat her, which, thank God, you finally beat her, you continue on to, I'm guessing it's technically the generator room of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
And you find Riku, and he's like, I have already taken Kairi's heart. There is nothing you can do. And you're like, no, Kairi, no, Kairi, no. And you go on with that. You go into the little portal of darkness, and you fight what I like to call the troll dog of hell. He literally is. He's like a trolling dog of hell. It's like, what the hell, man?
You talking about the big purple thing?
The big purple thing. I call it the trolling dog of hell. It trolls you completely. To the
Where you
max.
have to, like, jump on its back and attack its horn.
Exactly. Do you know how hard it is to get up there? Wait, actually you do. But you get my point. It's hard to get up there, and especially to stay on. And once you actually attack his horn, it takes forever to actually beat him. So that's why I think he does, like, he stomps around, he, like, shoots stuff out of his ass. I'm not even sure how he does it. He, like, it makes things explode. I mean, it's hard. He does so many things that make you hate bosses. Let's see, you fight him, you take off his horn, you get to the keyhole, you lock it, you come back out, Kairi's still quote quote dead. I think, yeah, quote quote dead. Let's see, what else? Oh wait, no, did I go out of order?
You might have gone a little bit out of order, because I think this is what happens. You fight Riku, then after you, like, defeat him, like I want to say Ansem is, like, trying to, like, control Riku or whatever, but, like, Riku's like, no, and so Sora kills himself, I guess you would call it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, now I get it, Okay, so he finds Kairi, he's trying to wake her up, Riku attacks, you block the attack pretty epic-like, you get a good view of the Keyblade, he pulls out, it's like, I'm not gonna let you take Kairi's heart, and he goes on, you fight him, he's even twice as a troll than he was when you first fought him at Destiny Islands.
Yeah, he is.
He's like, what does he do? Let's see, he does,
like, he goes, like, he can go, like, really fast.
Yeah, he goes really fast. He does like multi-attacks, like he attacks more than once when he gets the chance. He jumps around, he sends blasts at you. I think he even does like some sort of homing attack at one point.
Yeah, like, he is very trolling. I would die a couple times before I beat it. And, like, the one thing I hated about the first game was you couldn't skip cutscenes.
Oh my god.
So you would have to sit around and watch the cutscene over and over until you actually beat the boss.
Oh yeah, that was the most suckiest thing in the world. I hated doing that. 'Cause I hate those bosses where they have this really long ass cutscene, and then you finally fight the boss, and you're just like impatient throughout that entire cutscene. The second time, it's like, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It's so, oh god. But yeah, so that you fight Riku. You beat him, he like disappears and you kind of see a glimpse of Ansem trying to take control of him. He drops his Keyblade. You like pick it up. It's like you remember what he says. This Keyblade unlocks hearts. And he, at one point during the fight or something, or in the cutscene, he explains that yours and Kyrie's hearts are linked. So I must kill you to get Kyrie's heart. So he's like, well, if this is going to save Kyrie, he picks it up and he aims it at himself. He smiles. He smiles at Goofy and Donald. It's like, you douchebags. And he stabs himself.
And then,
he unlocks
like, his
his
heart, like, comes out. And then this, like, magically, fixes the other princess's hearts and saves Kyrie. And
she jumps up and she's like, no, Sora! She runs at him, and guess what happens? He disappears.
Whee!
And so, you're like...
So,
you think the game is over.
Yeah.
I thought the game was over. I was like, no, this is not how it ends. And so, you see them run, you see the cutscene, they're like, Kyrie, let's go, let's get out of here. And so they start running out of Hollow Bastion back to the portal area, to the gummy ship. And you get a side bonus. You get to play as a Heartless.
Yeah, so you can walk all creepy, like, go down the hallways.
And you have a pretty good super jump, and you jump around, and you're going around, you're going back the way you came, and then you find them, and you're like, yes, I can finally get to kick Donald and Goofy's asses.
But then, like, Donald gets a staff and hits you on the head with it.
That was so stupid.
He is. He's a fucking dick.
You run up to him, he's like, no, get away. He swats you. It's like, it's so stupid. I mean, throughout this entire game, he's like summoning magic and he's like exploding stuff. All of a sudden, he's just swatting you. It's so stupid. He's such a dick.
He is a dick.
And so he's like, God, there's too many of them. They're fighting around. They're trying to take out Heartless. And Kyrie's like, no, this Heartless is special. And so she grabs onto it. Millions Heartless realize she's trying to steal one of their own away from them. They jump up and they attack. An explosion of light. And Sora comes up holding Riku. I mean, Kyrie. Holding Kyrie from a beam of light that came out of nowhere. And he's like, all the Heartless are gone. Like, he tells, like, I was trapped in the realm of darkness, the stripper's asshole, and I heard your voice in the stripper's asshole, and I realized I must go to it in the stripper's asshole.
Indeed.
And that's how he came back from the dead, because of Kyrie. And this side, according to the timeline, Roxas was born.
Woohoo.
Which, in my opinion, is the greatest, most amazing Kingdom Hearts character in the entire world. Okay, so once after that, you go back to Traverse Town, you collect Oathkeeper, I believe.
Yeah, and plus at this point, you know that Kyrie's okay, so...
So you don't have to really worry about Kyrie anymore, so you think the game's done, but no. There's still one more world you have to go to, which will be explained later. You go back, you find Oblivion, one of the best Keyblades in the entire franchise.
Right.
You go in, and then we go back to what I was saying before. You go into the world, you find the keyhole, you lock it up, you fight the trolling dog of hell, and then you leave, and you realize that there's still one more place you have to go to lock everything up, because a huge concentration of Heartless are coming out of this one area. So you go to it, and
everything's dying around it.
Yeah. This is the place. This is like kind of like the ship graveyard. This is the graveyard of worlds. I'm guessing. This is just my hunch. This is my theory that, you know how when you first come up there, you go to this, like, you're on this like little rock, and when you look around, you see all these little like islands and bits and stuff.
Right.
I think those are the like last remnants of the world that was
Right.
destroyed. Like a little piece of it, just like is just there to so for like they like it counts down the worlds that it's destroyed. I don't know. It's just like one of my theories. That's what I've always thought of it, and it kind of
Well,
makes it seem more like this is the end of the world.
of
This
course,
is where all the
we'll
dead
go
worlds
with
go.
Disney's theory, and we'll say that world was a Jewish world. Because Walt Disney didn't like Jews. So, yeah.
I think off topic here. I think Walt Disney created a cartoon about Adolf Hitler, about like the life of a Nazi or something, or
Oh,
a Jew.
you know, Disney had like a few like World War II, episodes, and like Donald would be in them. And of course, Donald would be a freaking Nazi, the dick he is.
Such a dick. But yeah, so Donald's a dick. He's a Nazi as well. He hates Jews just as much as Walt. Let's see. What else?
God damn it, Walt.
Okay, so there's Nazism in this last world. You go around. There's a whole bunch of chests, so you unlock them. And at this point, I think you actually have the chance to getting the ultimate weapon. Oh,
Yeah, but you
ultimate.
gotta like have like all these different,
It takes a while to get your hands on all of them.
the pieces to make this thing.
You do have to
recipe,
move the
I
shop.
guess you would call it.
Oh yeah, it's a recipe. It's a movable recipe, and it's like, it's pretty badass looking. It has like all these like, it's hard to describe, but it's pretty cool looking. It's really big, and
Yeah.
it's really long, and it's really hard.
Yeah, it is.
And so, you control the world with it, and it's actually pretty cool. It's the best thing you can create. The best free thing is Oblivion, in my opinion.
Right.
Oathkeeper is like is like next best, but they kind of just degrade it in KH2, which I'll explain later. But so you get Oblivion, which is usually your last Keyblade in any game. You get the chance to have the ultimate weapon, and in this world you get to fight Sharabog. Anyone of you know of this one?
Of course, he comes from Fantasia.
Which he is technically the devil. The
Yeah.
most evilest villain that Walt has ever created. I forget which language it is, but Sharabog means devil. I can't remember the language that it's from, but that's why he is technically the devil. That's why he's on Bald Mountain. That's why he creates.
Like
all
when I
these, like,
first played,
ghosts.
like I found him to be like a real dick.
He is.
But like over time, I've gotten better because I know what's going to happen.
He's pretty simple.
But but the music that plays in that background during that fight, it's wonderful.
Oh, it's so godly. Oh my gosh. I praise it whenever I listen to it. I mean, it's amazing. You get this like feeling of like devastation, godly powers. It's so hard to describe. It's like, oh my god. You're flying around Sharabog while he's on Bald Mountain. He shoots flames at you. He like pushes you away with his wings. He could smash you, I think, or something. He shoots a lot of fireballs at you. Some of them are homing. Some of them are just like this like huge blast.
This would be the reason why he would be the ultimate Pokemon.
Sharabog, I choose you.
One hit KOs everywhere.
Everywhere. So back to the Kingdom Hearts. He is a troll. He could be a troller if you're a first timer. Once you get the hang of it, it's just repeat. You have to repeat everything. It's a basic system. It may take a while, but you can repeat it. Definitely use the ability scan. It tells you how much longer you have to go, and it helps you devise strategies.
But of course, he has like a lot of health.
Yeah, he has a lot of health.
And like the more health you take down, the more powerful his like flame burst attack is.
And so you're just like, it's like one of the most like epic looking bosses in the world, which I personally I'm a big fan of it because it is really amazing to fight Sherabot, the devil. That is amazing to fight. And so you fight him, and it's like, oh my god, you think you're gonna die, you will a couple of times. It took me a while for me to get the hang of him. Then you defeat him, it's like, oh thank god. So you go down, which I'm guessing is Bald Mountain because he's guarding it. So I'm guessing it's Bald Mountain. You go down there and you find, I'm guessing technically it's supposed to be a heartless hell.
Yeah, pretty much, because you're in a room where there's like, you know, the whatever the symbol is for the heartless or whatever that's in the room, which gets destroyed, but you have to fight a bunch of heartless, like, for like what feels like forever.
To go through it and all that stuff. It's so stupid. But then you get to this point, which is pretty creepy. I think, if I remember right, you would go through a portal, and it would transfer you to one of the worlds you visited, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it was like this
I think
room.
I want to say that's before you fight what's his face?
Sherabog?
Yeah.
I think it was after, because I thought like you would go to this point where you would go to Winnie the Pooh's world, and you would it would give you the option: do you want to continue forward? There's no going back, and you would go. And I think you had got to like this area where you would fight and fight and fight till you got to the final room, which it had the heartless door. And it was like, after this, you're never gonna come back. This is like your last chance for anything, I think.
Yeah, because there's like a save room, or yeah, it was like a save room after that.
Yeah.
And there was a door, and then you would go for that door and get ready for like 10 boss fights at once.
Oh, God. Okay, so this is because at this point, like one save state before, like the last save state, you can choose to go back, which I recommend, because well, one, you're not gonna go any further than this. This is the last.
This is
spot.
the point where you would want to stock up on like maybe potions, you know,
and save. Definitely
save.
You do not want to continue on after this without saving or stocking up, and you can actually go back out to the worlds and get more experience if you want to. Because here's the side deal that is pretty cool. You have the chance. There are 4 different bosses that you can go through. 2 of them are at Colosseum. 1 is in Neverland. 1 is in Agrabah.
Right.
The 2 in Colosseum is part of like the competition. It's part of the championships, for the Hades Cups and whatnot. It's like the most epicest. It's like the biggest challenge. You have 2 fights. You have you get to fight this mysterious opponent, or you get to continue on with one of the cups. You get to fight the crystal monster, the Ice Titan.
Yeah, the Ice Titan. Yeah, I remember fighting him.
You never remember fighting him?
No, I said I remember fighting him.
Oh, okay. But yeah, he is a troll. He can kill you within seconds, and it's a hard boss to beat. Then, if you pick the other one, it's Sephiroth.
Yeah,
which
fuck that.
He's a godmon. He's like a demigod that
he has his own theme song playing in the background.
Sephiroth, and he like slashes at you.
Oh, 3 hits, you're dead. Oh,
it's like you're solo on this one. They tell you, okay, you have to do this alone, and you have to do that again with the Ice Titan as well because it's part of the competition. But they say you have to do this alone. So it's you, yourself, and I that has to go out there and fight Sephiroth with your Keyblade, and that is the hardest boss in the entire world, and I've never been able to beat him. Then there's one in Agrabah, which is some sort of like 4-armed sword thing that the carpet takes you out to fight. It is hard to beat. It like flies around. It's like a UFO. It digs underground and it comes up and it slashes at you. And at this point, you get the ability to do a tri-attack. you do something, Donald and Goofy do this like joint attack that's like almighty powerful, which is actually pretty good. It's pretty
Right.
good at final attack, and it does take off a good amount of its health. It's so hard to beat. It
I,
cancels out your magic at some points. It can it like it sometimes like will protect itself with a shield, but you have to hit it with the specific type of magic in order to beat it, to break through the shield. It slashes at you repeatedly. It can cut down your health within seconds. It can take out your friends in a matter of seconds. They could be gone and dead. Then you have this one in Neverland, which I think it's called the Phantom.
it kind
It's
of
at
looks
the
like
clock
a
tower.
flying Grim Reaper in a way.
Yeah, and but it doesn't have the scythe, which kind of sucks because that would have been pretty cool. But it's still a hard boss. The point of this boss is that it's like a death sentence timer type deal. It will like set a time onto one of your characters, and it'll be beeping over it, like counting down, as at the same time as Big Ben, the clock tower. Your goal is to actually stop the clock, and to fight him, and like wait for the stop magic to stop and to reuse it again so it doesn't like run out of time, and you can keep your allies, because you fly around, you're trying to attack him, he like zigzags around, like if that clock reaches zero, your friend is out for the count, no revival whatsoever. They are gone, and you can't replace them. So you are royally fucked completely. And it's those four bosses are the hardest bosses in my opinion when it comes to this game. But if you beat them, you can get serious experience points, and I do believe you can get like some sort of prize at the end, but
Hmm.
I don't know what it is. I never really looked it up, and I never gotten it myself, so I have no idea what it is at the end, but it's something worth it. There's definitely like a whole bunch of experience after that, and which really sucks is when I go through the final gameplay, all the final bosses, I gain up an extra level during the first two bosses, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's how
I'm
I
not gonna
was.
get
Or
this
it'd be
again.
like towards the last few bosses.
Oh yeah, yeah, but I would get I would get like leveled up, and it sucked. It just really sucked.
Because technically those level ups don't count because you can't go back and save.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anything. All that experience you get, it doesn't really make much of a difference. It helps
Because
you.
your last save chance was before that, so...
Mm-hmm. And then let's see. You go to Destiny Islands. You fight Ansem. He has like 20 forms. First off, he starts off with this like demon. First off, you fight a dark side. You beat him. Donald and Goofy are in the background. They can't get to you. Um, you fight Sephiroth. I mean, not Seth. I'm
I don't
getting
want
their
to fight
names mixed
Sephiroth. I say, no, the game's never going to be beat then.
That would be the ultimate troll. Your final boss, fight Sephiroth. No. But you fight Ansem. He comes out with this like heartless sticking out of his back. That's like a trolling attack. It's so. It took me a while for me to beat that guy. Then he would like attack. He would come out. He would attack you with his big arms. The Ansem, well,
Yeah,
like
Ansem.
like with his arms crossed and just like floating around and just like attack, like having his heartless thing attack you, and which it was a troll in all its own. Then after you would beat that, you would go into this like hole of darkness, and you'd come out to this like huge battleship with Ansem connected to it through the back, and he's like standing there with like floating there with some sort of like I don't know, scythe type double-edged sword. I don't know what to describe it, but it's like a double-edged sword. He's slashing around, and you're supposed to like take down certain parts of it, go inside, fight find Goofy and Donald, and fight darkness itself, which is actually pretty cool because this is the deal. You go into this like room, and it's pitch black dark. the only light that you get is from the insignia of Heartless that's on the ground. You have to fight shadows that are coming out, which look like just little yellow glowing eyes. And it's so cool because the idea is like you're actually fighting darkness itself in like the most hellish place on Earth. So you're fighting it. You find Goofy, you find Donald, you pull them back out of the ship. You go in back and you fight Ansem himself. And he's like slashing at you. He's like having like missiles shot at you. It's so hard to beat. It's so complex. There's so many things, but it's so worth it. Because at the end, after you beat him, he's like, Kingdom Hearts, fill me with darkness. And then my personally favorite line of the series, I know now that Kingdom Hearts is light.
Stripper's asshole.
And so the door of Kingdom Hearts open, and light comes out, and it destroys Ansem. But inside there are Neo shadows everywhere, and you're like, no, I thought light was inside Kingdom Hearts. But then Riku comes out of nowhere. I'm not even sure how he does. I think it's
like, hi guys, just here.
Yeah, he's just there. It's like, sup. And Mickey's there too. He's like, come on, Sora, let's close this door for good. And he's holding out his Keyblade, which is like yours, but they switched the color around. Instead of like
silver is like gold.
Yeah, gold, silver, they switch places, and like the blue becomes red. But so he's like, come on, Sora, let's close this door for good. And Riku's like, take care of Kairi. And they close the door to Kingdom Hearts. And inside and on the inside, Mickey closes it on the inside. Sora closes it on the outside. You close the door to Kingdom Hearts, and they are technically trapped in darkness. Riku and King Mickey.
Yep.
And then you go to this very long CGI cutscene, which is pretty cool. It's like the worlds are slowly coming together. Kairi's just standing there. Lights started coming down, and it's kind of rebuilding the island around her. But then, like, it's kind of like breaking away from the section of where they were with the door to Kingdom Hearts. Mm-hmm. And they're like breaking. Like Sora runs out to her, and it's like, Kairi, remember what you said? Remember what you said about us being connected through our hearts? Well, I know we are, and I'll be back to you. I promise. And she goes, I know you will. And their hands slip. It breaks away.
And then, the theme song from the game starts to play, and
it's like so sad. The lights start coming down, rebuilding.
And like you see Destiny Islands form, and trees pop out of the ground, like they got a boner or whatever.
And she's just like standing there, still holding out her hand, and Sora's doing the same, hoping to grab those titties. He's like groping at the air.
Next time.
And then they go over to this like green fields area where Goofy and Donald are in their original clothing from their TV shows. And Sora's there with his hands behind his head, walking all cool like. It's like, so where do you think Riku and King Mickey are? It's like, they're in the realm of darkness. We can't really get there. But they said that, King Mickey even said once that wherever there is darkness, there's always a door of light. And so I just wonder where we're going to be looking. Then they see Pluto. He comes up.
Yeah,
and
where the fuck have you been, dog?
I know, he disappears, and he just like pops up out of the randomest places. And he has a letter in his mouth, and it has the king's insignia. And it's like, that must be from the king. And so they run after Pluto. He's running away from them. For some strange reason, Donald is running like as though he's carrying his staff. He has his arm up in the air, and he's like, ha, 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 ha. Haven't you ever noticed that?
Yeah, I've noticed that.
And Goofy's running normal-like. He's not holding his shield. He's running normal-like, and so is Sora. So it's like, why is he doing ha 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 like as though he's holding his staff? It's so weird.
I don't know. It's Donald.
And then the camera pans upwards, and you look at the sky, and the credits.
Yep.
And that's the end of Kingdom Hearts 1.
Pretty much, Kingdom Hearts.
But that's only the first game.
Yeah, you know, that was only a 2-hour thing there.
Yep. So, next game, which is, dare I say it,
Oh, fuck this game.
Chain of Memories.
Chain of Memories, no.
And there are millions of reasons why we hate this game, which is why we're not going to stay on this as long as we did for Kingdom Hearts 1. We stayed on here for like a good 2 hours for that one game. Anyway. That,
Well,
Chain
of
of
course,
Memories.
you know, like, Chain of Memories takes place pretty much the very next day.
I'm going to let you explain this one because I've talked my throat dry.
Okay, cool. Well, anyways, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. Of course, we'll start the night. It's either the night of after the first game or another day. I don't know. But anyways, they're all out. It's nighttime. They're all in the field sleeping. Like Sora wakes up and then he sees a guy, you know, all dressed up in black in this coat or whatever, and so he starts following this guy, and this ends up leading them to this castle, and we'll find out known as the Castle of Oblivion. And you know, we walk in here, and you know, of course, I got this on the Game Boy Advance and the PS2, but you end up seeing the guy there, and he ends up sending you, I guess, you go for the door, that the next door, as soon as you enter the castle, and you're back in Traverse Town, and you're like, what the hell is going on? And here, this is, the beginning of this is pretty much the tutorial.
Mm-hmm.
But this well, you'll find out this is going to be the worst battle system ever planned out, because you know we don't get to use, you know, you don't really have Sora or Donald to help you. Really,
Goofy,
I mean, you
not
can
Sora.
get them to help you, but you have to do it in a way of the cards.
Heart
So
of
now
the
we're
cards,
playing
guide
Yu-Gi-Oh!
me. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! All over again.
Because you're really summoning Donald and Goofy.
They turn
But,
into summons, like legit summons. You kind of like.
But
how Simba
really,
did.
they'll come out, but someone like Donald, he might do an attack like fire or blizzard, and then he'll disappear.
It's so stupid.
It is. And Goofy might, he may charge into a few of them and then disappear.
It is so stupid.
But, and of course, you'll go for the game, and you pretty much go for, the same worlds that you did from the first game.
But it's a bit more broken up in a sense.
Right, because you're, each different world is, a different floor of the castle. And the thing, here's the trick of Castle Oblivion. The further you go up, the more memories you start to lose from your past journey.
I forget the quote, but I believe it's something like, the further you go, the more you lose.
Yeah,
Or,
something like that.
The more you go back, the more you gain.
And, and of course, each time you go for a different world, you enter, the new hall of the castle, I guess you could call it, the next floor up. But
Yep.
and this is where you meet more people in the black coats or whatever.
And you slowly find out that they're part of this organization 13.
Right. And of course you meet one of my cool organization members, Axel.
Woo!
I couldn't, to be honest, I couldn't really care less about any of the other members that were in Castle Oblivion. Axel was the only cool one there.
The only one I really cared about was Lexius, the guy with the axe sword. He was pretty badass. In my
Yeah,
opinion.
he was pretty cool. But when you would go into these halls, you would either fight a member of the organization, or you would fight the dark version of Riku,
Which
or something like that.
is, with this battle system, it kind of killed the excitement of this, because the game itself is actually pretty creative, and it's enjoyable to play.
Right, the story is pretty good and all, but when you get to move with things card systems, and you want to like really plan out your card systems, because there's a point where you can run out, and then it gets really stupid after that.
You have to recharge a certain card at the beginning of your deck to create all your stuff to get your cards back. But once you do that, it's gonna take twice as long to get your cards back if you lose them all again. Which I hate because I tank. I completely tank.
But then you like, how does that go? Like, Castle Oblivion, you find out about this girl that the organization has, Nominee.
Pretty
now,
cute.
Is she the one that's erasing the old memories from Sora?
You find out as you slowly go up, and you realize that you lose the memories from your adventure from the first game. Remember when you used to grope for Kyrie's titties? Well, for some reason you can't remember that now. You were just
and then like
groping
Kyrie, yeah, but like Kyrie, there's like a part where they can't remember certain things from the first game, and like Kyrie then becomes the girl known as Nominee. Like Sora forgets who Kyrie is, and now Nominee's the new girl we gotta try to save.
And he kind of gets obsessed with her, kind of in the same fashion as in Kyrie's story.
Exactly, and but eventually you get through all the same stuff you go through, blah 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 blah.
And this is technically a remix of the original game, and it came out for Game Boy and PlayStation. PlayStation got a remix.
I like the PS2 one. I mean,
too.
I wish they could have gone back and got Sora's voice actor from KH1, because he hasn't matured yet. If you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, and it's really weird.
I mean, I like Kingdom Hearts 2's voice over Kingdom Hearts 1's voice, but
it doesn't fit, in my opinion, because he comes back for KH2, and technically, isn't he still, I don't know, the same age in Chain of Memories? He hasn't really grown up much.
I think between Chain of Memories and Kingdom Hearts 2, there's been a whole year or something. But
it's a whole year.
I wouldn't think a whole year would change your voice that much.
He's been asleep. It gets groggy after a while. That's my theory.
But yeah, you pretty much, when you make your way to the top of the castle or whatever, you do meet up with Nominee, and she says she's sorry, but she can bring your old memories back if you want them. And of course, Sora's like, oh yeah, of course. And so then at the end, Sora, Donald, and Goofy will go to Nighty Night Land for a year.
They have to fight Merlimix, which he is a troll.
Oh yeah, that happens too, but
he's actually a pretty good boss to fight. I like his idea. It's just the card system.
Yeah, Chain of Memories would have been a much better game if they didn't do the card system.
Which I kind of want them to do a remix where they recreate the card system to a point where you kind of use the idea, but not the way they've used it.
Right.
Or just take it out completely.
Well, I'm just glad that they didn't bring back the card system for future games.
Oh my god, dude! Can you think of KH2 playing with the card system?
If it wasn't for Kingdom Hearts 2, and Chain of Memories would have been my last Kingdom Hearts game, really.
I came afterwards, so I never had to deal with KH Chain of Memories, but when I played it my first time, I hated it.
I know.
Hate. I could not stand to go another world. I just watched playthroughs to find out what happened.
Exactly. See, the thing with the Game Boy Advance version, you only really dealt with 16 bits, really. So there wasn't much of a three-dimensional battlefield there. Mm-hmm. But with the PS2 version, we kind of got 360-degree angles. But the thing is, either way, it's still the same battle format.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much Chain of Memories, really.
Yeah, man. Then you go up there to the top of the tower. Nominee says, if you go to sleep for an entire year, I'll get your memories back. And Sora, Donald, and Goofy say, okay, let's do it. And they go into these pods, and they go to sleep for an entire year. simultaneously, while Chain of Memories is going on, by the storyline of the game, Days is going on, which personally is one of my favorite Kingdom Hearts games because it features the organization to the maximum troll.
Right. Well, let's hold Days for a minute, because let's go ahead and cover Kingdom Hearts 2, and then
Technically,
we'll get to...
technically Days happened before.
True.
But we are going
release date wise, Kingdom
Yeah.
Hearts 2 would be the next. We'll get more into the story towards the end of this, but
I'm just gonna point out the first part. When you first start off KH2, it kind of, by storyline of the games, it starts off at like literally a day after Days happens.
right.
And you
But
first
you
start
know
off
at the
this tutorial with Roxas.
See, at the time, because with Kingdom Hearts 2 being the third game that came out in the series, people would put in Kingdom Hearts 2 because they're like all excited because we got rid of that shit from Chain of Memories.
Mhm.
But like, who's this guy? Who's Roxas? Like, where's Sora?
First off, I honestly liked Roxas better than Sora. He's pretty
Right.
badass, to be quite honest. He's not a disappointment. He's actually an improvement.
But then, like, you find out, like, the whole time you play as Roxas, that was the tutorial.
You're like, oh my gosh.
And that tutorial, I think the last time I played for Kingdom Hearts 2, that tutorial went, like, 3 hours long.
It's the longest tutorial, like, in my opinion. Seems like be way too long for a tutorial.
Right, because you're now in Twilight Town, well, Roxas' hometown, with his friends, Heinous, Olette, and Pence.
Hey,
Remember Pence? He's gonna scare you when you see his face.
Little picture of Tata.
But
Pence is inside the stripper's asshole.
But see, it takes place because summer vacation's almost over, and but they want to do like this summer project, or I think that was their assignment before they go back to school, and they only have like 7 days until school starts. So they go, like, the project they were going to do is like the mysteries of Twilight Town, the 7 Wonders.
That's it, 7 Wonders.
And, you would go for, like, all this stuff, and you'd find out, like, most of those 7 Wonders were, like, baloney or something.
There's one thing about the steps, which I think is semi-true with the game. Because I've tried that before. I've actually counted up the stairs. I think it changes. But
Yeah,
I'm not
I've done that,
sure.
too. Like, I would get confused. I was like, wait, did I count one more number going back up the steps than I did going down? Or, oh, this is confusing.
Exactly. So I think that one is actually the game actually made it true to a point, to where you actually wonder, is this really true or not? Is the game actually doing this?
Because, like, I'm holding the controller, and of course you gotta go really slow because you don't want to, like, run and miss some steps.
Oh yeah.
And I'm going, like, really slow, and I'm counting, and then I'm like, okay. And so then I go back up the steps, and I'm like, did I just count 1 or 2 more? What's going on?
It trolls you. It, like, completely trolls you, so wow.
But anyways, eventually, like, you'll get, like, this guy known as Axel, like, the guy from Chain of Memories. And he's, like, trying, to tell Roxas, you're my friend, but, like, Roxas is like, who the hell are you?
And he keeps saying, come back to the organization.
Yeah, and, like, everything, especially, like, if Kingdom Hearts 2 is your first game and you have, like, no idea what's going on.
Oh yeah, that really, like, just, it's a clusterfuck. It's a complete clusterfuck.
And then
you start off with that game.
You have this guy known as Diz, who rhymes with jizz, and so, and he's like, there's a part where I think, like, Axel and Diz are, like, in the same area, and they're like, Roxas, and then he's like, for some reason I'm going to scream out my friends,
Fence,
oh,
hater,
yeah, pins,
left.
whatever, blah, blah.
And then all of a sudden, yay, Roxas wins! Woo!
Yeah, and then you get to, like, areas where when you get to the mansion or whatever, and you'll discover, like, oh, hey, there's a secret passageway. And, like, you find, like, where Diz plays his 13 games of World of Warcraft on.
And then you decide his game is too better than mine. And he smashes up the entire computer, every screen.
Exactly. And then you get to the point where you find the room that Sora's sleeping in. And then, of course, during
After you fight
Roxas's...
Axel, which is one of the best battles in the world, because this time, Roxas pulls out 2 keyblades.
Oh, I remember that when you fight Axel, because the room is, flames, and when he pulls out both of them, I use this sometimes at work when I have, like, 2 shovels, and, like, Axel will be like, 2? And I'm like, yes, 2!
It was like the most badass moment ever. He was just like, I'm so flattered! And he just pulls out 2, and it's like, 2!
I know, like, I sometimes, like, will go back just to, like, make a save file before that Axel fight. And then, like, every so often I'll go just to fight Axel because it was so badass.
It is so badass. I mean, he's so amazing. He's just, like, goes all out in that battle. He just, like, pulls out his, what are they called? Chimicratas?
I guess. The flame blades of doom.
They're like, yeah, they're blades of doom mixed with fire. He just goes, I'm so flattered! And it's, like, so amazing. He is just, like, he's a badass character. He's, like, there's no stopping him. He's awesome. And so, oh my god. So you're like, you pull out these 2 keyblades, you fight them, reaction commands, then you find Sora. And then he goes, well, I guess my summer vacation is over. And then you get to see the logo for Kingdom Hearts 2. Which
exactly. It's like, oh, fuck.
It signifies the beginning of the game. You finally passed through the tutorial. Congratulations.
Yeah, and of course, during his sleep, we remember everything from Kingdom Hearts 1, and, like, Chain of Memories seemed to be just a waste of time.
But then, they look in the journal and they see...
It's like, oh, let's check our journal. And the thing says, thank nominate. Oh, who the hell is that?
And they never visit that idea again for the rest of the game.
So, now, anyways, we're now in Twilight Town, but this is where it gets a little weird. Like, we meet up with Roxas's friends, but, they don't mention anything about Roxas.
And actually, while Roxas, during the tutorial, everyone seems to forget about him. Like, as though he's disappearing. And as though he never existed.
But it seems like, Sora, he's just one hell of a guy. Let's make him our new friend.
We only see him twice a year.
Exactly. And, so, we make our way, we're going to get out of this Twilight Town. We've been here for, like, way too long now. And so we're heading towards, like, the train station. And, of course, what attacks us? Heartless or nobodies?
Nobodies.
Yeah, that's right. Nobodies. And, of course, that's the new enemy in the game.
And and after, like, 10 nobodies you destroy, you go to a cutscene where, where Sora, falls down. He's like, there's just too many of them. I'm too tired.
I've been asleep for too long.
I'm gonna go back to sleep for a year. Good night, guys.
And then, guess who, like, just jumps out of nowhere?
Rolling kick, Mickey Mouse.
Oh, Mickey, yeah. Nice for you to finally come out of the darkness.
That stripper.
And so he gives you money, and he's like, here, take it. Board the choo-choo train.
You go in, you pull out your money bag, it's like, then Alec goes, hey, wait a minute. I have that exact same one. It's like, oh, cool. Then they turn away and they pay for the cash and leave.
Exactly. And so we get on the magical Disney dope train.
Oh, it sort of cries like a pussy.
Oh yeah, it does. It's like, dude, are you okay? It's like, oh yeah, I'm fine. Don't know why that happened.
You're a pussy, that's why.
So, like, we're on the dope train, and then we go, like, magically through space, and then we make our way to, like, this random island that has a crooked tower, and
when you go up there, who do we find? I'm waiting for you to say it.
Magic Johnson. No, we find Yid-Sid.
Captain Asper.
Oh, yeah, that's on the bottom of the floor, or the tower. Mm-hmm. Pete.
And he's actually Pete, but we call him Captain Asper because
he has a freaking zipper that goes from his crotch all the way back down up his ass.
I know, exactly. It's his way for him to go when he needs to.
And the head of that zipper is, like, massive.
I know, it's like, can that be any more noticeable?
But, like, anyways, you know, Pete, like, you know, he's a bad guy and all. And so he summons, like, Heartless, but, like, weak Heartless. You know, something that only takes a little while. I mean,
Shadows
really quick to kill or whatever.
Yeah.
But then, like, you know, Pete's like, oh, I'm out of here. And so then you go up the tower, and then you meet Yid-Sid or whatever. And Yid-Sid is Mickey's teacher.
He's like the ultimate trolling of kings or something. He's supposed to be like amazing of the amazing.
Because apparently Yid-Sid was a Keyblade master at one point.
I'm not sure his storyline, but I think he's like some sort of instructor of the Keyblade Order.
Right, because he's the one who got, you know, because Mickey Mouse is apparently a Keyblade master.
Wielder person.
Yeah. So, anyways, like, you know, Yid-Sid, he informs Sora, Donald, and Goofy about what they're going to encounter. Like, of course, we know about Heartless, and then he explains the Nobodies, and then he meets, you know, he's like, now here's the organization. This is like your real threat for this, and then blah blah blah. And then, you know what, Sora, you've gone like tall, so your pants are too short and too flashy for this game. So we need you to meet with my fairy hose back there in the back room, and they'll give you like a more badass outfit.
Which they do, and it's actually pretty good looking. It has, They go in, they're bickering, they do, make it blue, make it green, make it red, make it blue, make it great, make it red. And he goes, wow, why don't someone actually change my outfit?
It's like, okay, bitches, let's all calm down. At the count of 3. 3. And then he gets like this badass black outfit.
With a hoodie, because he never puts on the hood. It's so stupid.
I know.
But yeah, it's enforced with magical and mystical abilities, because they shoot like this orb ball at him, like Dragon Ball Z, except it doesn't explode when it comes to him. And it goes inside him, and then explosion of light! Red outfit with 2 keyblades. Which is pretty badass, to be quite honest. It's, what is it? Shooting Star and the original Keyblade?
I think so.
Yeah. And so you get this new idea of forms, which we like to call Red Ranger, Blue Ranger, Silver Ranger, Gold Ranger, which are...
Yeah, and these are like badass, especially like with the red one.
Yeah, Valor form is
Valor form.
Official form.
We now have the ability to use 2 Keyblades.
And they can do like some sort of what was it? Like this like huge wave of attack if you slam it on the ground or you shoot it or you do a right combo in the air. It's like this ultimate slash attack that really trolls Heartless.
I like abuse that form so much.
Everyone abuses Valor form. Like everyone. I've always used it. That's like my highest form level.
Right. Like Wisdom was okay because it was more magic based.
Yeah, it was okay to a point. I think at one save, I actually tried to use every single one when I got it. You would get, what was the next one? Master Form,
Yeah,
I think it's called.
Master Form,
And you're like, but
which
it was okay, but it was like more long range attacks.
yeah, and then we had
And
like what Final Form.
yeah, Final Form, which you didn't really get a chance to use a lot because you got them like literally at the end of the game, right before you
Right.
went to the final boss. And you didn't really went somewhere to use it. You just kept going, which you could have used it. It's just you never really got the chance to, which kind of sucks.
But like, anyways, so now Yid said like finds our gummy ship out of the trash, and so we aboard the gummy ship and we make our way to Hollow Bastion, and just to discover that Hollow Bastion has a brand new look to it.
It's not. It's more than just the castle,
Yeah, you
apparently.
get to explore the town below from the castle or whatever.
The
And
geography for that place still confuses me. I don't know if the castle is like out there or like above or to the
yeah, same
side.
here. Like, I
Because they
don't
changed its
know,
position, I think, a couple of times, and I'm not even sure where it is anymore. Because
but
where's the waterfall that was there before? Where is it? It's just I didn't even see a town when I was looking out the windows of Hollow Bastion.
I don't
Actually, I
know.
never really looked, to be quite honest. But
But of course, we meet up with our old friends Leon and Sid and Yuffie and Aerith and
Sid with
Merlin.
his time force belt.
Yeah, and we discovered, they've left Travers Town, and we now live in Hollow Bastion because apparently they've lived in Hollow Bastion before.
And
And
since Sora saved it, they can go. They can come back.
yeah, like with the evil bad people gone, we can now return back to our original world. And but now Hollow Bastion now has like a system controls security thing
Yep.
where if like Heartless would appear, the town security will like vaporize that.
Which helps you a lot with fighting, like, because it gives you like a couple of more Heartless than usual, but it helps with the security system because it takes out most of it for you.
Right. And of course, also later being in a Hollow Bastion, that's when the rest of the organization appears, and just to remind you that we're still around, blah ha ha.
And then you get into a little mix-up with one of my favorite organization characters, Xavier. He doesn't reveal himself, but he still kind of makes Sora a little mad. It's really stupid because he's acting like as though he's Roxas, and he's not. But anyway, so that adds to the story. Who is Roxas? What is Roxas? Why are he's here?
Yeah, because they're like, they would, look at Sora but call him by Roxas.
Yep, and they would go. Damex even says like, "Come on, Roxas, come back to us, please."
Yeah.
In that
And like
whiny
Sora's
voice of
like,
his.
who the hell are you talking about?
I'm not. I'm Sora. I'm nobody else. And he just pulls out his keyblade and he's like, "Gah, anger and slash."
Well, so anyways, like we're pretty much done with Hollow Bastion, and
For
it's
the time
time to
being.
go. Like, we still need to like look for Riku, in a way. That's
And the
still going
king,
on.
'cause he needs his best friend now that he has his girl all safe and
Yeah,
tucked
because
away.
we know that Kairi is like on the islands now, which is this is good, and
Now he doesn't have to say, "Where's Kyrie? Where's Kyrie?" every other time, because that really got annoying after a while.
right, and so we get to explore some old Disney worlds, and some new ones.
Repeated Disney worlds. First off, the repeated worlds are Agrabah, um, Olympus Coliseum, Atlantica, and Halloween Town. Those are the repeated worlds. Oh, also Hollow Bastion. But those are the only repeated worlds. Everything else is brand new, and we'll go through them by order. Usually when you get them. Let's see. After Hollow Bastion is
The Land of the Dragons.
Mulan's World.
Yeah, I like Milan's World, but yet I really loved Milan the movie.
Mulan is amazing. She's pretty. She's awesome. She's a really good fighter. She's just awesome, and you love her for it. And why wasn't she a princess in the original KH1? I will never know.
Right, and of course, I love the hell out of Mushu.
Oh yes, Mushu. You got to use him as a summon. I don't know if I mentioned that before, but
Yeah, in the first game, he was really good.
he was really good. I liked it. It was like this blast everywhere surrounded you. It's pretty cool. But so when you first meet Mulan, the storyline in this one is that she's playing as Ping.
Yeah, because this is now at the point in the movie where, she's already run away from home. I'm going to join the Emperor army.
She tricked Sora and Donald thinking that she was a guy, but Goofy sees through the disguise because Goofy's smart on the inside, just doesn't show it.
Exactly.
And then it's like, okay, well, we're gonna help you and even join the army ourselves. So they go in, they have to fight Heartless.
And see, like, this is what amazes me. Okay, so the Imperial Army, they're mostly looking for tough men, right?
Exactly.
Okay, now, Shang thinks, like, oh yeah, Sora, who's still a kid, Donald, a duck, and Goofy, a dog. You guys are great. You could join the army, but, age limits and mutated talking animals, those rules can go. But Ping, you're bad. We don't want you here.
Well, to be quite honest, Ping is a very bad fighter.
But, yeah, and
I'm just gonna tell you gonna go off topic real quick. That in China, they would recruit boys at the age of 10 to go into the Imperial Army.
See, I guess then that would be okay.
That's why they don't really... I'm guessing that's why they don't really care about the age limit part with Sora. I do get your point about why is Donald and Goofy there. I mean...
Oh, because you notice, like, it must be a Disney thing, but you notice, like, you go to different places where it's more of a human-like Disney World, and... it's okay. It's normal to see a talking duck and a talking dog.
It's normal to see a horse running around trying to be a commander of its own or something. Tangled reference right there, but
yeah. That's it's all good.
It's a Disney thing. It only freaks people out when it's supposed to.
Exactly. But anyways, like, they try, like, Sora's like, if we prove that Ping can join this army, prove his loyalty, and eventually, they do some random stuff, and then eventually Ping, gets trusted, and so we carry out like the rest of the movie would, and so we enter the village that's on top of the mountain. And so but then we go into like this cave or whatever, and then we end up fighting a bunch of Heartless. And then when that's done,
a lot.
Like when that's done, we like leave the cave, and the village is like destroyed, like someone burnt it down, and like Shang's hurt, and
you realize your main enemy for this part, if you've never watched the movie, which his name is what's his name? Shanghai Shaolun?
Or something like that.
Something with an S. That's all I can really tell you. He comes in, he's like embraced himself within the Heartless powers, and which is kind of like what Clayton did before. And so he embraces himself with Heartless. He leads like a Heartless army. You find him on a mountainside, and reference to the movie, he comes up on top of the mountain, and a whole bunch of Heartless come from the sides of him, and that referenced the movie. And he runs down, leading the army, and his sword in the in the air, He's screaming. They're following him, and you're supposed to fight a bit. You see the guy in black, and then you save the day technically, and you save
and you end up like saving China, and
No. First off, you save Shang.
Well, yeah, you save Shang.
Then they discovered that Ping is really a girl, Mulan.
So we go to Mulan, but like, now we definitely hate her. And
they walk away. It's like, come on, men. And half the people look like CGI. They look the exact same, and they're walking like zombies.
Exactly.
And then they're like, you know what? We're gonna go back to your place, and we're gonna help you take the blame for all this bad stuff that happened, and we'll be good. So
like, Shang and his men go back to China to tell him that, hey, the bad dude's dead.
Yep.
And so, but then you like discover, like, before you leave the mountain, like, he's still alive. So we gotta warn like Shang. So we hurry up, run to China. Oh wait, we're in China, but we we hurry up and get to like the Imperial City. And
I don't think they ever actually gave a name to the city, just the Imperial City.
So we get to there, and just to find out, like, the bad dude's already there, and I guess they take the Emperor back to where it's safe, don't they?
Yeah, he has him like at sword point to the throat. Shang comes in, saves him. They lock him inside the palace, and then he summons more Heartless.
Because you fight what's his face like right in front of the doors,
and your goal is not to let the doors break, because if that happens, then you lose the thing. But when you get Mulan, you get this. What they have now is, apart from getting Valor forms, now you have these like special combo moves that you could do with the characters you can fight with during the game. And with her move, it's like some sort of like dragon thingamabobber. You're like flying around, Mushu shooting fireballs everywhere. You're like double slashing at him, spinning around, going everywhere, just slashing and destroying everything. And then at the end, you have Mushu comes up and he's like shooting fireballs in the air, and like comes down, and Mulan says, "For China!" And you're like,
"For China!"
Like an Asian person with the squinting eye. China!
Exactly.
And so then I spam that a lot. Those reaction moves.
I do too. When because triangle is like the famous button for this game.
Yeah, it's the reaction command button. But anyway, you beat what's his face and his eagle, because he's just like flying around there being a bitch and so annoying. He'll like come down, swoop, and attack you out of nowhere, and you're like, "What attacked me?" And he'll like kick you out of combos and whatnot if he attacks you. So he's annoying. He's just plain out annoying. And so then once you defeat him, you save China. Yay! And then
we can leave, right?
Yep. You get the a Keyblade, which is based off the world. It's like some sort of dragon thing, bopper. I can't think of the name, but you leave there, and now you have an option to go to Olympus Coliseum or
Beast's Castle.
Beast's Castle.
I went to Beast's Castle after.
I think that's chronologically what's supposed to happen, in my opinion.
Well, anyways, let's cover Beast's Castle.
You go in, you fight a couple of Heartless. Beast comes in, he pushes you out of the way. He doesn't even seem to recognize you. You're like,
it's like, fuck you guys.
It's like, come on, dude. We faced the entire world with each other. Why are you just... Why?
And then you discover, like, it's this rose that's on the table, so he gets that, and then, like, well, whoop, I'm out of here.
Yep. And the point of in the movie at this point, he is let's see, what is this they are doing?
Well, Bella, of course, is already in the castle.
Yeah, she's already in the castle. I think it was like the eve before they were supposed to go to the ball.
Yeah, it's like before they go to the ball or whatever. And well, anyways, like you find out like there's the one guy that's there who's like telling the beast like all this stuff because like the organization wants the beast to become a heartless or whatever
because they realize how much of a troll he is to everything else.
So I gotta remember.
You fight a heartless that like goes into the ground and controls things.
Yeah.
You save Bell technically. You let's see. Well, you fight that guy. Yeah, you fight the heartless that like goes into like inanimate objects and makes it like evil. Then he's like a sphere. He breaks up, then he turns into this like creature deal. You fight him. He's like super fast. You have to use reaction commands to kill him. Oh, you get with the beast's combo move. It's called Twin Howling. Which you do like this like X Claw and like Super Slash, and you like.
And then you like before you do like the ultimate one, you give him 5, and then ah.
Yeah, like, no, I think he does. No, wait. No.
I mean, it gives you a pat on the back, or like
he grabs on your shoulder. You look up. He's like, ha! And then you like roar and explosion.
I think giving him a 5 would have been better though.
I like the way they did it. It was like fatherly.
It's like give me 5 now. Let's do it.
I think they did that with Aladdin. He would like do that quick step deal. Oh wait, no, Aladdin did the like Sora, I'm gonna help you. Click my fingers. I forget which. I think he did that with one thing, but I forget who. Oh wait, no, it was Tron.
Oh yeah,
I think he did it with Tron. It was like they clapped fingers. Access approved. Attack, and something like that. But I think that's how it went. But anyway, like, so yeah, you'd grab his shoulder. It's like yes, let's do this, and it would be like father and son type deal, and that's what I liked about it. It's like he was the father that never was there, because all we know is Sora had a mother.
So, like, pretty much Beast's Castle's done for this point.
And in this game you revisit every place.
Yeah,
so.
after you go through like everything once, you get the opportunity to go through them again and
which you
do another half. But
so
anyways, what?
Oh, I was just gonna like just continue on. Like, well, after this one, you go to Olympus Coliseum.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Oh. And this time you get to explore a little bit more than just the Coliseum.
The underworld,
which I thought was badass.
Which was it was pretty cool. Let's see. So you go to the underworld because apparently there's no tournament going on that's in the Olympus Coliseum. And
let's see here. Hades' plan this time is to
bring back a fallen and guy or hero,
and like make him like listen to him, evil, and he wants him to like destroy Hercules.
Yep. And let's see, he with this one it's Orin, right? Yeah, it's Orin. Right?
Right.
Yeah, Orin.
Who I think plays the voice actor for him is George Clooney.
George Clooney. He's pretty cool. I like him. But let's see. You get to fight with Orin on this one, and with what he does, his special attack move is like some sort of like wind-based slashing attack type deal. I don't really know how much more to go on to that, to be quite honest.
Right.
But that's what it was, and he would swing around and attack and attack and attack and attack and attack. Hades is trying to chase after you. You fight Cerberus again, but this time he's not much of a troll. He's actually pretty easy to fight.
Yeah, he is pretty much easy to fight.
Oh, and this is actually, I died on this one for the first time I went through, and I got Nikki.
Yeah, if you like die, you get like a second win using Nikki.
Mm-hmm. And it was actually pretty useful because
yeah,
it would like he can regenerate your health, and he can actually take out the boss to the point where all you have to do is do a one-hit KO on him.
Right.
Which was pretty useful, and he would do an attack. He would he would heal you, and yay. It was pretty good. It was a good deal. What'd you get? Let's see.
But then like you so what happens next?
Well, after that, you have to find Meg, don't you? Yeah, you have to find Meg,
Yeah.
who's been captured by Hades, which on the storyline is allied with Hades at this point. You have to find her, so you go into the underworld. You find her encased in stone, next to a keyhole. You're like, well, we better get her out. You like point your key blade to it, unlock, pops open. You unlock the underworld Colosseum, which is like the evil side of the Olympus Colosseum.
Right. And doesn't Hercules goes and helps you find Meg?
He goes in, like, he fights the Hydra, and then he comes back.
That's right. He fights the Hydra.
Yeah, he like knocks it out, and he's like, thank you to the invisible audience, which I really
And then
hate.
but then he leaves, but then the Hydra like just ends up destroying the Colosseum.
Yeah, but he doesn't find that out till after he gets back down to the underworld, and he's like, oh, Sora, here, let me help you. Oh yeah, they also get they fight Daemix a bit. I
Oh
forgot about
yeah.
that part. Like, it's like a quick boss.
Dance,
quick
water, dance.
water clones dancing around. So stupid.
I thought he was stupid.
He's not that bad of a character. It's just the way they used him. It's really bad.
He's like that hip, like older teenager guy in a way.
Yeah, he's lazy, which is like me. So
Like,
I
and he's
honestly
like the
don't mind
one
him.
like he hates going into battle.
Yeah, he doesn't want to fight. He just uses the water to fight for him, and he just
Exactly.
drums his sitar. And there we go. Which I like. I like him enough because he's pretty cool. He's pretty chill. It's just, yeah, they could have used him a bit more. But anyway, you fight him. You get this medallion. You go over there. You go back to the arena, and you have to fight Pete and save Meg. Hercules comes in after you save Meg. He helps you fight. He helps you fight Pete. Then you have to go back up there after you defeat him, and you have to go back to see what happened with the Hydra. And guess who? He woke up, and it's destroyed. So the Olympus Coliseum's destroyed. For some
Like
strange reason, I
Hercules
think
gets like depressed because apparently like he let a bunch of people die or something.
there was no one there.
Well, the invisible people died, so that made him sad.
There's
Don't hurt Hercules' feelings because he made up a lot of imaginary friends.
I'm gonna make fun of him because he's fighting for no one. He's just fighting to fight.
He gets a sad dick.
He gets depressed. That's all.
Yeah, he's depressed, and he's like that. And so we're like, okay, you're depressed. I'm out of here.
And you're just like, you stupid idiot. You fight the Hydra. It's a pretty good boss battle, to be quite honest. Phil, the horse, and Meg come in and like, we're gonna help you fight. I like the fact
Oh
that
yeah, you
this
got
is-
Phil like, what does he say?
jump
Or
on
get
the
on the
Hydra's
Hydra's back.
He repeats that like 20 times. It's like, oh my god, can you not say that again? Jump on the... I just want to punch him. Wish he was part of the battle. I could use him as a ball. Just kick him. It's soccer time.
But after that's all over, and Hercules is in his emo stage for a while, and we're like, well, maybe Meg can like give him a blowjob, and we'll like go somewhere else.
She has no bra on, so she's halfway there to doing all that. And he has a skirt, so it's a good
That's
deal.
true. Damn you, Disney, and your sexual messages.
I know, there's so many. But so anyway, let's see. They leave. We leave again. We go back to. We find that Winnie the Pooh book again.
Yeah,
Everyone shows
and
it to us.
like when you enter the 100-Acre Woods in Kingdom Hearts 2, like everything's fine. Like, you know, Sora knows you. I mean, Winnie the Pooh knows you, and
You're gonna do
but
your
then like
stoutless
he's about to like
exercises.
jump from his sitting log,
And he freezes. It's like,
and he freezes, and then you get like spit out from the book.
and you just like jump out, and you just like you're thrown out of it, and it's like all you hear is like Sora from Donald, and you go out there and you find a whole bunch of Heartless attacking you, and and then Goofy says, "Did you bring the book, Sora?" And it's like, "No."
Damn it!
And you see like three soldiers, Heartless, like coming out with the book in hand. It's like, "You come back here!"
And so
And
like they end up. Here we go again with the pages getting like missing or whatever.
Yep, the torn pages again. You beat the Heartless. You get back the book. You go back inside, and you find Pooh again.
And he's like, "Oh, hello, somebody I don't know."
"Do you want? I'm about to do my stoutless exercises." He jumps off, but this time he doesn't freeze.
I hate Winnie the Pooh sometimes.
No, remember in KH1 when you would ask him, "Where are all my friends? How do I say goodbye to myself?" You would just be like, "What happened to Pooh?"
Exactly. What happens to Pooh? How do I say goodbye to Pooh? You flush Pooh. Goodbye, Pooh.
How do I say
Pooh is
goodbye
like
to
the most
myself?
sickest guy I know in Disney. He's like, we used to play Pooh sticks together. That doesn't sound like a pleasant game. What do you do? Stick sticks up in each other's asses and see if you get Pooh?
Oh god.
But yeah, so like in Kingdom Hearts 2, when you go out and get like more pages, Pooh is like a dick in Kingdom Hearts 2 because you find like new characters with each new page you get, and like he doesn't even know who Piglet is. But then when you do the mini game, he's like, "Oh, hey, Piglet, it's you," and like you don't like he doesn't really get to remember who Sora is
until the
like
last
the very
page.
end.
And it's a pointless mini game extravaganza. It's so
But
stupid.
I want you to know the most trippiest mini game that you do in Kingdom Hearts 2 and 100-Acre Woods is the honey pot one, where you and Pooh are on the honey pot riding down, and then you come out of the book, and I'm like, what?
That was like, I'm pretty sure Donald's like watching you. Like, what the hell's going on here?
And like you got Gopher, he's in the second one, and like Gopher, he just randomly appears, and
It's like, "Hey, Sonny, I'm gonna help you here."
he's like, "Hey, Shunny." Gopher's like the only real animal, though,
Yeah, he really is.
because everyone else is stuffed.
Yeah. And like, what's stuff? I know Eeyore's stuffed with sawdust. I remember that. They said that in the movies and whatnot.
And he always loses his tail, but
Well, as Pooh and Sora were riding the honey pot
exactly.
throughout the freaking book,
And like, how much honey can this bear eat?
like 20 million tons, he ate.
I'm trying to remember the quotes Pooh said while you would go for this trippy ride.
No one will remember when Sora got stuck in the hole. His pants around his ankles, Goofy and Donald.
Shut up. Just shut up.
Honey on his ass.
No. We're not putting this into this.
Yes, we are.
No.
Fine, we'll cut that out.
Leave your sex fiction out of this.
It wasn't mine, it was Will's.
Well, you know what? Me and Will already had our moments. But, anyways, skipping around from 100 Acre Woods, gotta finally leave this topic.
Yes. After a while, you'll get your final page. You'll do this question. It's best to do it at the end once you got to the final page. And then just do it all at once. Makes much more easier.
Because I did, like, the last two places I did was Atlantica and then 100 Acre Woods, because they were just, you know, regular. You didn't have to do them, but I chose to do them.
I always chose to do them to complete the game.
Right.
For that.
But anyways, after like all this is over and you like do some random humble jumble, we can now like visit other places again. And what's next? Agrabah.
No, I think it was actually Disney Castle.
Oh yeah, Disney Castle.
You go there, and I think after the Pirates World, you go back to Tron.
Oh, well, anyways, let's cover Disney Castle. This one was my favorite.
This was actually, it was a really good, because at KH1, you actually saw a bit of Disney Castle itself when you were walking around following Donald and Goofy.
To be honest, I didn't really notice this until like, oh, well, I thought that the Disney Castle, I thought those were like bricks or whatever, but then I realized, no, those are really homes.
Homes of the little people that are under King Mickey's boot.
Exactly.
But anyways, from other than that little discovery, you get to visit that place later on in the series, but just not right now. Right now, you just expect them to be bricks. But after you arrive there and see the little bricks, you get to find out that the world is in peril. No shit, but it's still an amazement to find out that something bad's happening.
Exactly. There's like vines growing in the like courtyard and stuff.
It's hentai. It's thorny hentai. That's what it is.
Oh no!
It pricks the inside of your soul. More ways than one.
Not good.
Oh, never not good. But you go into a garden. There's a lot of references to what was that one cartoon that Mickey did? It was like about in like some sort of like tornado symphony.
Oh yeah, I don't know the title, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember it either, but yeah. So like when you're going around in this garden, you're finding some Heartless after you get out your gummy ship, meet Chip and Dale, and you're trying to go to get to Queen Minnie. Did I say Mickey?
Yeah.
But you go into this garden, you see a whole bunch of these hedges that look a lot like the characters that you would know from that Tornado Symphony cartoon that he did once. And so there's like little references here and there, shitloads of Mickey heads, like everywhere. It's like there's some sort of fan base or something. I don't know. It's like I think Mickey's really full of himself. Like really full of himself. And you go there, you have to do an escort mission for Queen Minnie.
Oh, I hated that.
I know, Jesus
because
Christ.
You would you'd get Minnie and you'd take her, first you got to escort her to the doors, and then you go in, and then you got to escort her to, like, Mickey's chair.
I know, it's like, and inside, the condoms of King Mickey. They're gonna be used for Sora when he fucks Minnie.
It's terrible.
It's not terrible, it's reality! It's like my cosplay that will soon become a reality.
But, anyways, once you finally, get Minnie to the, on the other side,
I know, after like 20 billion Heartless.
Makes a passageway down.
A shitload of light, the Heartless leave, and then you find that hentai has spread to the heart of wherever the fuck is
the castle.
Yes,
you find that glowing spear, whatever it's called.
And it's covered in hentai thorns, so that's not good at all.
No. And then they, like, out of nowhere,
Maleficent.
Oh, yeah, Maleficent.
Pops out of nowhere is like, suck my dick, bitches. I'm destroying your castle and the entire thing that you know of life. yours.
Yeah, because she needs a new base, and this castle has too much light to it. So, but she was gonna fix that.
She's dimming it down a lot, considerably. Then you leave, but then you bring back Merlin, and you go to our next world, which is
1928 land, Timeless River.
Holla! I look black and white and whole shitloads of cartoony, and I feel like a nigger, but I don't care.
Wow.
My racism is alive today.
I guess it is a Disney thing. You can thank Walt Disney working with Hitler and all that stuff.
Hating Jewish people? What? Well, who said that?
Walt Disney's not dead. He's just frozen in time waiting for the Jews to all go. Well, I just lost, any fan base that was black or Jewish.
Well, that's the disappointment of this podcast.
But, anyways, since we're now in this black and white, old picture show here.
You are as Sora as a cartoon!
Yes, though, welcome to the late 20s, bitches.
The land where I came from. Well, actually, mostly you, because you really remember it. I don't. I came in, right when color was coming around. Exploding into millions and millions of viewers' homes everywhere. But that's beside the point.
But anyways, you discovered that when you first enter, you'll see the same spear, and apparently that's where the castle is going to be built on top of that.
And you get to meet the little folk, which, surprisingly enough, they're not worshipping you, which I questioned very much.
Well, one thing I'm always been curious about, if this is the year 1928, and then you're let's say it is whatever the year this game came out. Do Disney characters do not age?
They just transform.
Yeah, their cartoon design must change.
Yeah.
Because if you compare Donald and Goofy from 1928 to Donald and Goofy today,
it's completely a paradox.
I wonder how their bodies feel when that goes around.
It's like puberty, but it never leaves you.
Because you'll meet Pete here. Well, the 1928, and the actual Pete himself makes his way to this place. But you can see a comparison between the old Pete and the new Pete, and the old Pete looks more like a cat than the new Pete.
I think that's what actually they meant for Pete to be, a cat. Because I know Goofy's supposed to be a dog, but then Walt made last-minute arrangements.
Where now Pete, you could compare Pete to a bulldog in a way. Because it kind of made sense. Pete was that cat. He was the captain of that boat, and Mickey was his crew.
Steamboat Willie.
Yeah, Steamboat Willie. And, cat, tells a mouse orders. I guess that would make sense. But now, Pete,
Mouse
animal
outsmarts
change.
A dog.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Something like that.
Yep. Yeah.
But.
So, you fight. You get to, first off, you get to team up with past Pete at the end of this world and fight
New Pete.
New Pete. You get
Modern Pete.
You get to actually he tries to get back his boat. That's kind of the whole point that happens for him to be there. He just wants his boat back. It's I just want my old boat back in those old days. Sonny boy.
But then it doesn't happen. You kick his ass.
And then once his ass is kicked and he runs away like a little pussy he is, you have a happy ending in Timeless River, and all the hentai thorns have left Disney Castle, and the world is saved.
Once again.
Of course. And then we leave, going to a new grand adventure that's still part of this really long ass adventure that apparently is gonna go on for like 10 years, finally ending in like 2 years from now, probably. Hopefully. Maybe. Please.
But anyways, I believe at this point we head back to Hollow Bastion,
I believe
because
so.
like, isn't there like something where they say we should go back or whatever? I don't know. It just leads to
I
the
thought
whole
that
Tron
was
thing.
I thought that was after oh yeah, maybe it was time.
Because I think I remember going for the Tron stuff, and then I think after that kind of led to, the Thousand King or Heartless battle.
No, but that happens after you go through each world once. You can skip the Pride Lands and just continue on, and then you can just go back and do it after the thousand Heartless fight.
Well, see, because how I remember the last time I played, like I went back to Hollow Bastion, and then like they were saying something about the security was the town security was all confuzzled,
Yeah,
and then you would end up like meeting people,
but you would go
like
into Tron's
Tifa
world.
and those fairies.
Yeah, but you would go into Tron's world, but then you would come out and
Well,
you would continue
yeah, I
on
know
the
you would
story.
go to Tron's world, and then you would like find like all. You would even meet people like Sephiroth on your way there.
Sephiroth, dun, dun, dun.
But of course, he's just looking for Cloud. But and then like I remember where you'd make your way into Tron's world like by a pure accident or whatever.
And you get Stitch as a summon.
Yeah, and you go in there, but then there were like once you like free Tron or whatever or do the other thing, then you like leave, and then you come back.
Yeah, you have to get the
For
security code for him. If I remember.
Yeah, and then you leave again, and then I think from when I played, like like everything was starting to go to, like,
Go to hell.
yeah, like everyone would start fighting,
Well,
and like Heartless and everything started to appear.
no, I think you're thinking out of order because you go into Tron's world, you get the security code for him, he gets all his powers back, and then you fight like the boss for that one time you go there. Then you come back out, but you don't. But I think you meet the king. He tells you what like stuff's going to
Yeah,
happen.
I do remember
but
meeting the king.
But I don't think you fight at that point. I think you get to leave. And like,
Well,
God damn
I
it,
don't know.
I can't remember anymore. I thought you went to Pirates World after this one, after a Disney Castle.
Well, maybe you do.
I think you do, because then
Well, maybe I'm just all out of order. You know that?
that's probably it.
Okay, hold on. We'll come back to that. Keep that Tron stuff in mind.
Okay.
But
Next, we actually
yeah,
go. I
yeah.
think we go. Yeah,
I got ourselves all puzzled.
we go to
Okay.
Port Royal next,
Yeah, you go to Port Royal after Disney Castle.
and you actually this is the second time you get two choices to go. You can go to either Atlantica or Port Royal. I say, fuck
Well,
you, Atlantica.
I waited to go to Atlantica like at the very end.
Same here. No. You just go to Port Royal and just continue on with the storyline because that world is literally just a waste of time.
But yeah, you can go to Port Royal, and there you'll meet like Jack.
And he's all epically awesome, and he's not voiced by Johnny Depp, unfortunately, which really sucks. Kind of makes me sad.
But isn't that part when you go there? Isn't that like based off from the first movie?
Yeah, it's based off the first movie. You help out, you find Will, you rescue him from Heartless. Yeah, and you venture off with Jack to try to find Elizabeth, Miss Swan, and you kind of have your own little side adventure with it. You go in, you save her, you fight Barbossa, which is a very fun boss battle, which he's an annoying little prick. And what else? Nah, that's pretty much for the first part when you go in there. He's a very annoying character.
because it's the whole thing about the gold and whatever.
Oh yeah. You
Or
get
the doubloons.
yeah the cursed medallions. You have all the pirates steal them. So you actually have to think strategy wise for this world, which is kind of annoying, but it's still pretty fun. So I enjoyed it very much. And so then you go. So that happens, and you Jack sets sail on his Black Pearl, and he admires it by feeling its wheel and goes like, yes, you're a little dirty little freaking ship, and rubs it inappropriately, and we continue on.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. After that, we have another choice to go between, Agrabah and Halloween Town. So
Of course, I went to Agrabah.
I went to Halloween Town, but we'll go to Agrabah first.
Okay. But you get to Agrabah, and in a way, I think it's the first visit, because isn't the second visit the whole fight with Jafar or whatever?
Yeah, it's kind of based around
because it gets close. Like the lamp or whatever. It is revealed in the first trip, but it gets but they saved it at the end.
Well,
because I believe the bosses you fight are like the two gigantic fire and ice.
Yeah, it's mostly Pete trying to collect Jafar again.
I think it's like the first trips around. It's more of a, Pete tries to interfere or whatever, and it's the second one that's more related to
the actual
whatever
storyline of what's going on.
Because the lamp is involved, but they save it and then they seal it in that stone tomb or whatever.
Yeah. And let's see. So they go in, you fight these fire and ice boss. Yeah. Oh, and you also get one of my favorite combo attacks with Aladdin. It's like a quick step deal. You fly around all speedy fast, and then at the end he's like, "Well done, Sora," and then he snaps his fingers, and the entire world just blows up, and you kill everything inside. So it's really cool. It's very cool. One of my favorite evers. I actually have like a couple favorites, but other than that, that was very epic. Oh, you get to go back into the what was it? The Cave of Wonders, and boy, does it look different from KH1.
Yeah, it does look different.
And to be quite honest, I wish they kind of kept the idea of it, maybe expanded a bit more, add some new rooms, but instead they kind of just totally scrapped the original look and just gave it an entire new look. And they do that like every other game. They'll switch it out, and it's like, holy shit! Well, are you going to do something correct? Like, instead of mind fucking me every 20 seconds. I mean, seriously, holy crap! It doesn't look the same at all. And you leave, then you go over to my favorite world, Halloween Town.
Yeah, we finally go to Halloween Town.
And in this one, the storyline, it like David said before when we were going over KH1, it does not touch the original storyline at all. It's like, it doesn't touch it at all. It just, it goes like after Jack killed Oogie Boogie, he saved
from the movie, and the whole I wanna try the whole Christmas thing.
Mm-hmm. He's trying after his Christmas scenario from the movie. It's like it's like the aftermath. It's like next year, and next year you let's see. You go in, you find Jack, but he's trying to set up Christmas again, and you find out from Santa he like, Jack, you better not do this again. You know what happened last time, and Sora, Donald, and Goofy are like, what the fuck? What did you do last year? It's like, you don't need to know. Just continue with the game. So we do, and we fight Oogie Boogie again at this one. On our first visit, or was there?
I want to say Oogie Boogie was more of the second visit, because I want to say the first visit is Parasite Cage, but the Halloween Town version of it. Because I want to say in the second one, that's the part where Maleficent comes in,
No,
and
the first one was Parasite Cage, yes, but Halloween Town version. but you fight Oogie Boogie in the end because he's trying to steal Santa. The second time around, you have to deal with Dr. Freakenstein's experiment.
That is right.
Yeah,
You were
there we
right.
go.
I remember now.
Yeah.
Now I remember because it was his creation comes to life and starts taking Christmas presents or whatever.
And he raised Dr. Freakenstein, but that's just off-screen stuff. Because
Yeah, that's in the second. Now I remember
Yeah.
because Maleficent, she finds Lock, Shock, and Barrel, and she's like, "You want me to bring back your old master or whatever?"
yes, I want my pimp daddy back.
And like she brings him back, but his energy is kind of
Yeah, he's still tired
low.
from being resurrected, and once he gets
And he seems to get a problem where it's known as like memory loss in a way.
yeah, when after he came back, he's asking like, what did they do to me again? They squashed you like a bug. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot.
And then when he gets to the part where he kidnaps Santa, and he puts him, there on his new machine that he made in Santa's factory, and then right before the boss fight, he looks at Santa and he's like, "Who the hell are you? Get off my whatever."
Oh yeah, he's having a really memory loss issue. It's like Chain of Memories all over again. Jesus. I hate that game with a burning passion of hell!
But you end up fighting, Oogie Boogie on his new, machine of Christmas present torture.
Yep, and it's kind of like the same idea as his last boss battle when you first fought him in KH1. He's the master controller of like this game, and you just gotta play it and outwit it, and then you keep going on. And you win. Caca, bitches.
So then you defeat Oogie Boogie, and then it's about time to go again.
As always. So next stop is actually a two-way street, like a legit two-way street, because I think at this point Chip and Dale tell you, hey, there are really weird readings in Hollow Bastion. You probably should get back there. I said, the first time around, I was like, oh, I better do this, and then I'll go to Pride Lands. It mind-fucked me. It made me go to the second time around, and I could not get to Pride Lands. So don't ever fall for that.
But, just for sake of time, we can say we go to Pride Lands the first trip.
Yep. So you have the option to go either or. I say just go to Pride Lands, so then you can just get through the second visit much more quicker.
But I do like, when you first go into Pride Lands, it shows that scene from the movie with, Simba.
Oh, Simba getting
in that Cannon Valley or whatever.
And,
the herd of buffaloes or whatever are coming down.
I think they're water buffaloes, now that I think about it. Yeah.
But, they're, "Arr!" and Simba's like, "Oh, shit!"
And then Mufasa's like, Simba!
Yeah, and then, Mufasa, gets Simba somewhere safe, but then you see Mufasa fall, and he's just falling, he's like, "Piss!"
And then he's like,
I
killed you. And then he wakes up and it's like, holy shit! And he's in his little area in the movie.
So, but this is like one of the worlds I've always thought that did a lot based off the movie.
It really did. I mean, it really followed the storyline a lot, like completely. And you get to be a little lion. It's like, holy shit, oh my god. You can lose your forms and whatever, but still it's like, oh my god, I'm a little lion. Jesus Christ.
But of course, at this time, Scar, who's taken over Pride Rock, and
it's like that time period where if you watch the movies, it's like after Simba's grown up and he's in his little oasis with Timon and Pumbaa.
Yeah, he's hanging out with Timon and Pumbaa at this point, and he's big lion.
Yeah, he's a big boy now. So you meet what was her name? Damn it, Nala.
Yeah, Nala.
Yeah, Nala finds you, And she's like,
but no time for Elton John to sing.
I know, what the fuck?
No, we're serious. Once Sora, Donald, and Goofy come in, we get rid of anyone who ever sang in any Disney movie.
The saddest part is that they got rid of Matthew Broderick. He did not reprise his role. I loved him for the voice of Simba. He was amazing. And he sung really good, too. Really good. But anyway, Nala's like, you should be our king! Just, of course, as any logical anime kid would, any anime kid would do, would be like, fuck yeah, motherfucker! And then he goes to his friends, oh no, I'm just kidding. I'm just gonna be a humble guy. But he really turns around and it's like, give me the fucking crown!
But yeah, and it gets to the point where he does go back to Pride Rock, and then you have nephew versus Uncle Scar.
And it's like kind of like the same deal with the movie. It's like Simba is like hanging on, Scar is doing the exact same thing he did with Mufasa, but he's like, oh, I've seen this thing before. And it's like, my big secret? I killed Mufasa! I wanted to do it like that, but that works too. And he goes, fuck no, bitch! And he takes him down, and it's like, say it out loud, you motherfucker! And he goes, I killed Mufasa, louder. And it's like, holy shit! And so you have a big ass boss battle with him, and he becomes a freaking Heartless. Like, holy shit. This is actually
I know. Oh, and Pete's here too, by the way.
And he's a fat ass.
Yeah, he's a fat ass lion.
I think he's just a cat. He's just really fat. That's all I think.
Right.
Oh,
but yeah, you have you fight Super Scar.
And this is actually a really cool boss battle because this is the first time a villain actually becomes a Heartless. Because like in the movie, Simba throws him off the rock, and he falls to his death. And then he just like comes out of nowhere, like of darkness. And
this is like Super Satan Scar.
And he's like, haha! He jumps around, he explodes shit.
I know, he's like vicious.
I know, he's like legit lion at that point, and I'm so glad you're a lion too, because now it's kind of fair ground to a point, And then Simba's like, your attack with him is like, it's really cool. It's kind of like the twin Howl with Beast, but this time instead of you kind of mocking Beast, this time you're equal to a point. So it's like, hells yeah. Destroys Heartless Scar and the world is safe for the time. And then you leave and you go over to the halfway point of the game, really. Hollow Bastion Part
Now we go back to where I was talking about the whole Tron thing.
I think the Tron thing you can tackle beforehand, like during Agrabah and Halloween Town. I think you can go to Tron's world, but then after that, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but maybe you just go to Tron's world, then you continue on with everything else.
Like that's why I went to like Tron's world, and then I did whatever I had to do there, and according to this, you leave, Mickey shows up, Sora's trying to get answers to find out where Riku is. Mickey's like, I can't tell you.
And then
I made a promise.
You really want to bitch slap Mickey at this point, but he's still King Mickey, so you can't really do that, unfortunately.
And then on here, apparently, then like the Heartless battle begins.
Oh yes, the grand old fight. You have 3 little fairies: Stitch, Cloud, Leon, Yuffie, that other girl, and the guy with the really big ass belt. I forgot his name.
Yeah.
Sid or Sith? One of those names.
I think Sid, I don't know. And then like eventually Sephiroth appears, and
and he's
the whole
like,
thing with him and Cloud.
Oh yeah, and you're like, you should fight me, Cloud, because I'm the evil side of you. And so he goes off. You're abandoned with Leon, and you fight your first organization member, correct? Like legit boss battle.
That's with who? Dimix?
Yeah, DMX. That's what I call him.
So, he's the one that summons water.
And he does
demons.
dance, water dance, and it dances around you and prance around like a little idiot, and you're just like, stay the fuck still.
Yeah, I had like now I'm used to it because I've like memorized what to do. But the first time I played, I would lose so bad because I would like run out of time.
When the first time I did, I actually knew what I was doing because I watched Tom play through it once before, so I was like trolling the game half the time. I was like, I know everything already. But if you're like, weren't you there? Didn't you see the marathon playthrough of Tom's? We're gonna go off topic real quick here, but
yeah, I saw the the marathon one where he stayed up all night, did all that,
and he was fighting DMX, and it was just trolling his ass like completely, like legit. Every single time he would go, it would just kill him. That's like the bad side of it. Like that's what would happen if you didn't know what you're doing.
Right. Well, now I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. And then you kill him, and then you go like, haha, slash! And he goes like, oh man, no!
And then he dies.
And he dies.
I guess you would call that death.
I think he just like beams up in light, explosion. Yeah, he just dies, I guess. I guess that's what you call it.
But then you, like, after that, then you continue on, and then it's time to rumble.
Hells yes, rumbling time. Go in.
Get ready for your hands to get sweaty. Holding that PS2 controller. Because you're going to be out of battle for a while.
A very long battle. First off, I think, Goofy dies. Spoiler alert! But yes, he dies. Mickey goes after him, you have to chase after him. You fight shitloads of Heartless. You find out Goofy's alive. And then, the 1,000 Heartless battle. Dun, dun, dun.
Get ready, kiddies. It's time to put up your big pants.
It's big boy pants now, bitches. Alright, well let's see. You do that. You have to fight 1,000 Heartless by yourself. Easy task, right? Hells no! If you really don't know what you're doing, it could take up to an hour. It's seriously that long of a battle. Jesus Christ. My first time playing through it, it took me forever to kill him. Yeah, it was just one really long battle.
But then once you're finally done.
Maleficent comes in. She kind of saves you with her minty freshness powers. And he's like, run, you fools, run from the nobodies. And Sora kind of realizes that, oh shit, every time I kill a Heartless, I'm helping the organization. Oh yeah, and you find out more about the organization, by the way. Axel comes in, got it memorized! And you go into the realm of darkness, you lock it up, and then you come back out in your gummy ship. I think that's what happens, right? He locks up the realm of darkness.
Something like that.
Yeah. Oh, and you find a picture of Roxas and sea salt ice cream.
And ice cream.
Ice cream.
Sea salt ice cream.
I've always wanted some.
We'll go to Disney World.
Well, I'm all the way out here. You're closer. You should get some and then send it over to me.
I don't know. Maybe Disneyland has some. I don't know.
I've looked. I live right by Disneyland. My mom works there. I've looked. I cannot find it. Shit. It's sad.
That's amazing.
I know, right? Holla. Okay, but so anyway, you fight there, and you have to go through every world again.
Yeah, but usually to me, the second trip isn't as long as the first.
It's kind of like a personal character closer, to be quite honest. It's like, yeah, just a closer. It's
right. So, which one do you want to cover first?
Let's go to, since we went to Mulan's world first, Let's go to Beast's World this time. We'll just...
Okay, we go to Beast World. And let's see what's happening this time.
Well, last time when we were in Beast World, it was a very happy time. We saved Beast from becoming a Heartless. Belle and him are having better times. It's actually the ballroom scene. You.
I thought you were gonna say having better sex.
It's like when you go to prom. You dance around, you get horny, then you go up to the rooms and fuck. It's just prom. Just with those
But
two.
like a beast.
Or it's Will's prom. They have sex on the dance floor.
But anyways,
He's like, oh yay! We're all dressed up. You watch them dance around. I think at one point the music plays. I think. I'm pretty sure it does. And then who comes in to ruin the party? Why aren't you saying anything?
because I'm laughing, that's why.
Then Zaldin! Dun dun!
Good thing you said it. I was gonna say someone else.
Who are you gonna say?
Oh, no, don't worry about it.
Oh, and tell it to the audience.
I was gonna say anti-Mrs. Potts.
She pours tea of death.
Exactly. But anyways.
Okay.
So, Zelda. You know, he's there being a troll and all.
He has like sticks, like shitloads of sticks, man. Like they never run out. Seriously. They're like dildos that he controls with wind and shit. It's pretty epic. Anyway, he comes in, he's like, I'm going to destroy your lives by stealing your condoms. Bitch. So yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what he did. I mean, like, if Beast comes inside Beauty, think of the mayhem. It's like...
What the fuck?
It's gonna be Twilight all over again. Bella's just screaming, the baby's just gonna rip itself out of the stomach. It's like, ha ha ha, I'm alive. It's like, think of the mayhem. This is why he needs condoms. So when he explodes inside her, nothing bad's gonna happen.
Wow.
Fan.
That's fucked up.
It's not fucked up, it's reality.
Well, anyways.
Zaldin steals the rose and Belle. He rapes Belle. He rapes the rose. Beast is really pissed off. And you fight Zaldin. Yeah, this is technically your second organization member fight.
Right, and you know what?
What?
I hate him.
He is. I hate him too.
He's a troll.
He is a troll.
I had Mickey come and save my ass on that fight.
Dude, every single time I think I was on proud mode at that point, and he would like stab, I would die. Mickey comes in, stab, I died. Mickey comes in, stab, I died for literally 20 minutes. And
I know, like
20 other battles. Yeah, like what the fuck is with that snake? Like that one big blast thing he does. How do you dodge that?
I don't know.
Like, I can't even block that motherfucker. Jesus. And then he kills off like Donald and Goofy at one point, and then I have to replace them. They die, and then I have to heal them, and then holy shit! Like Donald, do your job and heal everyone. Jesus Christ.
But you know, well, after that, you know, trolling battle, you defeat. No.
You defeat him. He explodes. Wind takes him away, and song of oldest time. Beast fucking beauty.
Yeah. Good happens, and you know, we leave and we're heading somewhere new now. Where are we going now?
I would think would be my penis, but that's probably wrong.
We're going back to China!
Chinatown, where the world's worst drivers exist. Jesus Christ, I'm losing our fan base all over the world today, aren't I?
Yep. But anyways, we head back to Land of Dragons.
You find out that it's semi-peaceful. Like, legitly semi-peaceful. What happens here? I forget.
All I remember is that it feels like a repeat of the first one.
Oh yeah, aren't you chasing one of the organization members?
Yeah, you're chasing one of them, and who is it? Who's there?
You meet you see Xavier at this one, but you do kind of like the same thing. Like, you fight shitloads of Heartless on your own. Then I think you also even fight the organization member, which holds a sword up in his arm. It looks a lot really familiar.
Like Riku's blade?
Yeah, it looks a lot like Riku's blade, and I think it has the same properties, but it's not Riku. I mean, that would be impossible.
No. And plus, this guy was like much taller than at the time. I mean, you know, you eventually will find Riku again, and yes, Riku has grown, but I believe the other fella was a bit taller.
Yeah, he was just a bit taller, and he was a bit more manlier, in my opinion.
But then, when all that happens,
oh yes,
then something comes out, and it's the Derp Dragon!
Dun dun dun! Yeah, I have to do it in that really random fashion.
Oh, that reminds me of the time I always laugh, because when you're about to go outside, and then his face appears, like, Derp! I was like, oh no, he's here. It's like, hey guys,
I'm here to kill you.
No, bitch, I'm gonna kill you.
So you fight this Derp Dragon of Hell, which really the Derp Dragon of Lightning. Caw. He shoots lightning.
Yeah.
He blows you up a couple times. You ride him, stick his dick up his ass, all that good stuff. And then, once you're finished riding him, he explodes. Because you had too much to give.
Exactly. And then he's dead, and then we can leave.
And where do we go next? The most used world in the entire universe!
Olympus Coliseum.
Ta-da! And
this one,
Hercules is...
What's happened since we left?
Nothing much. Hercules is still depressed.
Yeah, he's still, his dick is still down. Meg with her titties can't save the day.
That's why I kept telling Meg, okay, lift the skirt. It might actually help for once. Do it. You have no bra. You would probably have no panties either. Just lift up your skirt and we can get on with our lives.
Yeah, because in this time period, underwear wasn't really much of a thing.
Nope, because you had guys walking around in skirts, girls with their breasts hanging low, and gals as prostitutes that barely got paid anything, basically were just there to fuck. All that good stuff. Very good stuff. But anyways, you find out that Oron has been captured by Hades.
Oh, and now he's brainwashed by Hades.
And James Wood's fabulous voice talks to him on the inside saying, you are a dick. You were never supposed to live. Be my bitch and destroy Hercules and his friends. And all that good stuff. And I think you fight Hades again.
Yeah, I believe you fight Hades again.
And once you fight James Woods, he's still amazingly awesome, by the way. But unfortunately, you have to hurt him, so I felt so bad after that, I cried for 2 days straight.
I'm like, I'm only hurting you for the Hades, not the James Woods.
Don't blame me, James Woods. I love you. I loved you. I still love you.
But if Hades disappeared and then James Woods came out from the shadows, I'd probably just turn my PS2 off.
Oh shit, it's James Woods!
I would never finish Kingdom Hearts 2.
James Woods comes out of the PS2. It's like, were you trying to kill me? It's like, no, James Woods, no! I'd just be on the ground. His fabulous voice would be the only thing that would kill me. So you win a cup, and it's very glorious to drink out of. I've tried that once before. It's really big drink. Really big drink.
Okay.
Anyway, after this, you go to where exactly?
Well, where would you like to go next?
Well, that depends. Where are we supposed to go next?
You want to go back to Port Royal?
Might as well.
Okay, we go back to Port Royal, and what do we find out here?
Let's see. Last we left off, I believe, nobodies are taking over now. Like, oh yeah, we forgot to mention, nobodies are now your main enemy at this point, after the halfway point of the game. You're starting to fight more nobodies than Heartless.
Right.
Luxar, the guy with the cards, bitches.
Yes.
He commandeers the Black Pearl. Jack's really pissed off about that. You fight the Grim Reaper.
Right.
One of the most trolling bosses in the game.
Because when you fight him, there's the whole treasure chest thing.
Mm-hmm. The first time you find him, he's like normal state. He just
he's like normal, and they're like, oh shit.
So you fight him, you take him out, he falls to the sea, and it's like hells yes. But then all of a sudden, Luxart throws medallions into the air. Oh, nobody's take him away, and the big guy comes back, but looking more deadlier than ever.
Right.
And so you have to do a side quest of finding the medallions, returning them to the chest, and
then when that's over,
you fight the Grim Reaper once again. But this time, he's invincible unless you can get those medallions away from him.
Because once you put all the treasure back in the chest, then you can actually put harm to him. And then, but you hurt him some, then he'll do an attack which can bring the treasure out, and then of course you're going to have to get it back, and then when you can hit him again, so you can hurt him, repeat this process, and then eventually he will die.
Yep. Reaction commands to the max. Well then after that let's go to Halloween Town at this point, since we went to Agrabah last time.
Okay, let's go back to Halloween Town.
Dr. Frankenstein, your stupid experiment has left the building.
Yep, but no one's completely sure, but we go back to Santa's place, and we notice presents are being stolen or whatever, but we're not too sure who the thief is, but Santa's like,
people.
Jack!
I was just blaming the black people, the ones in black hoods. I just blame them for everything nowadays. Why is the economy so bad? Oh, the black people. I am not being racist at this point. You all are dirty-minded.
But, anyways, they get to an idea where, let's see what happens. Where they want to try to find the thief or whatever.
Yeah, so they set up this present trap. You're in this huge-ass present. The thing comes, picking up presents, and you're like, kaboom!
Surprise, motherfucker!
And he surprises you more! It's Dr. Frankenstein's experiment!
And then we have a boss fight with
Dr. Frankenstein's experiment? And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you bloody kids. Scooby-Doo.
But,
bitches.
this boss, he's not that hard. It's, just well at him.
No, you just troll him. Just go into a form and you're done.
Yeah, exactly. He's not that hard.
I just went to
He's
Valor
more of a
form
joke
and-
kind of boss.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I pretty much leveled up my Valor form like really high because I always use that one than any other form.
Well, like this seemed like the one game where leveling up wasn't that big of a issue.
Mm-hmm.
Not like from the first one.
Oh, that was a hard time to level
Because
up.
in the first one, I felt like I had to grind a lot. But in the other one, I could just keep on, processing, and I'd always seem to be at a good enough level, and I was going for the game just fine.
Yeah, I always felt that in the first one because at one point I felt so underleveled that I actually had to take a break from the actual game and start grinding like shitloads. Like just go to every world every so often, at like every other time, and just like look for some heartless and just grind completely.
Right.
I'm glad they fixed that in this game, which was a very good deal. So anyway, you fight him, you realize it was him, he wanted a heart, so he wanted presents. Jack again realizes that Sally is amazingly awesome and hot, and oh yeah, and then Sora has a daydream about him and Kairi dancing on the dance floor, and then like in Will's prom, they have sex. The mental images are destroying you.
Anyways, after all that jolly goodness is gone, it's time to leave, and let's head off back to
Agrabah.
the Taliban. I mean Agrabah.
Let's go visit Iago.
And see, at this point, okay, you know how the shopkeeper from the first movie is a character in this?
Oh yeah, I remember him.
You know who would have been a better character? Because being, this at this point, this is we're at Return of Jafar. That little short fat guy. Do you remember who I'm talking about from the movie?
Oh, the guy that was obsessed with rubbing Genie's lamp. It's like rub it, rub it, rub it.
Yeah, that guy. The short fat man.
And his like.
I think he should have been in that, but of course.
It makes more sense if it was him instead of the merchant guy that introduced us to Aladdin, because he wanted he wanted the genie power so he could get his wishes and whatnot. And
right.
Yeah, he made like 2 wishes. He yeah, all that guy. Yeah, it would make much more sense. I agree with you on that one. Well, let's see. Anyway, he steals the lamp. He gets his wish. I think he sets Jafar free. I'm guessing, or to a point.
Yeah, because then his shop becomes like what a palace room would look like. There's gold everywhere, and
he eats gold nuggets every day, golden apples all the time, every time.
But yeah, we discovered, Jafar, he's back, and
Iago was working with him, that stupid bitch. And so you fight big ass Jafar. And he's like using the city against you. He's like breaking random shit up, throwing it at you. You're riding on magic carpet.
Right.
Pretty interesting boss battle, to be quite honest. It took me a second time around. I forgot because it was like ages since I played, so I died a couple of times in that one, to be quite honest. And actually, now that I think about it, I don't think Mickey could save you in that boss battle, can he?
I don't think so because of how the boss areas.
The gameplay of it. I've never seen Mickey save me from there, so I'm guessing it's not available for that type of boss.
Right, like Genie Jafar, he's not. No, I wouldn't say he's hard. I mean, yeah, there's times where he'll throw an object at you or whatever.
Well, the one time I played him where I really got trolled was when he kept consistently beating the shit out of me, and I barely had any time to recover. Like, barely any time to recover. So I died like twice because he would not stop trolling me. It was so fucking annoying.
But then eventually when you do defeat him, he gets sealed back in the lamp?
Yeah, I think he goes back into the lamp. It's like, and you save the world again, and you see the logo, which means end of this world for good. And you leave.
Exactly. And then we can go back to the Pride Lands.
And you're back! Like 2 seconds later, you're back! Seriously, it feels like that. You could ride through the next part of it pretty fast. It's that quick of a. That's quick. That's how quick it is.
Yeah. So, we discovered, it's not, probably a few days, really, for Simba. Scar's been defeated. But then, but Simba's becoming more and more of a pussy because he's afraid, and he keeps on seeing Scar's, evil shadow appearing.
He's
and
acting like Hercules. Nala's not doing
the
her
ghost
job
of
very
Scar,
well.
yes. So, but then, Sora and all them, they get to where, they convince Simba, and then Simba, he faces his fears, and
He says, "Boo!" and the thing goes away, and it's like shitloads of ghost stars travel around and create this really big ass Heartless.
oh my god, this is like one of the giantest Heartless I've ever fought.
I know, I don't think there's a bigger Heartless than him. I mean, it's bigger than a dark side.
I'd be like fucking afraid I'll get stomped on.
And they have reaction commands for that. It's gonna stomp on you.
I know. And you're not that big because you're only like this little lion cub.
Yeah, you're still a cub, and Simba dies easy in this boss battle, so you're technically on your own, which sucks a lot. But after you get through that really big boss battle, he falls down. He's gonna squish you. He's gonna squish you. He's gonna squish you. Oh no! He explodes into light, and the big crystal heart goes into the air, and Kingdom Hearts recreates in the distance. Spoiler, but we're gonna explain that anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, let's see. Now that we've visited, these worlds a second time.
Now we have
what?
Now we have 3 Pacific worlds that we have to attend.
Right. At this point, what I did, I went back to Tron's place to finish that up.
I went to Winnie the Pooh's world, finished all his mini games, and
Well, I guess we could go ahead and just cover that real fast. Okay. After getting all the torn pages again, blah 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 blah, you do the fun mini games, and yes, probably the most coolest one that I played was the one with the honey pot, and
when
you go
Pooh's
flying out the book, and Gopher's there, and I was like, I want to hit that bastard.
motherfuckers.
But other than that, Pooh slowly remembers his friends, blah blah blah, and then at the end, the last event, he'll remember you. And
I
then
hated the
Sora's
last
like,
mini game.
I'll always be here because I'll be right here
in your heart.
ass.
Oh god. But anyway, he says, "I'm gonna be in your pants." No, well, I guess that.
Who's gonna be in the pants?
Christopher Robin. That's where he's been this entire time. He's been in Pooh's pants right in front of his dick.
I don't think Pooh wears pants.
He has a shirt. He has titties.
So, but anyways, after Hunter Acre Woods is done.
I want to just mention this real quick. The last mini game that you have to face is you have to lead the entire Winnie the Pooh gang through this cavernous area.
Oh no! Fuck that place.
Exactly, but I like this last minigame because it references one of the most heartbreaking movies that Winnie the Pooh has ever done, in my opinion. I forget what it was called, but this movie was kind of like the aftermath of
Was it the one about what would happen if Christopher Robin?
It's basically what happens when Christopher Robin goes to school.
And then Winnie the Pooh and his friends,
they freak out.
They make a journey to go find him.
Yeah, they ask Al, where is school? And he's like, it's a dangerous place of hell. And so they're like...
Pretty much, I remember that.
And they're like, holy shit! So they go off and they find this dangerous place of hell. And Pooh, falls into this, cave. And he's
Winnie the Pooh gets 300 men.
Let me finish
and then he'll be there, halfway through. Tonight we will dine with honey.
Oh gosh. Oh, let me finish my emotional story. So anyway, after the tonight we dine with honey scenario, Pooh falls into this cavern, and he's like, okay, he goes like, I'm not with anyone, I'm all alone. It was like intense for me personally. When I was little, you would always know Pooh as this optimistic guy that like you would instantly love no matter what. And all of a sudden he's like, I'm all alone, I have no friends, no one likes me anymore. And it's like kids' version of depression. And I'm like, what the fuck did they do to Pooh? And I'm like, yeah! In that high voice, yes! They like destroy Pooh. And it's like when KH1 and he goes like, how do I say goodbye to myself? You're actually just like, what the fuck?
Flush you down.
What did they do to him?
I don't know. Pooh's mine. I just wonder how that ticks.
I have no idea, but anyway, to finish up my reference, I liked how in the game they have him sitting in a cavern all by himself with no one there, and you end up saving him. It's just like it's like a reference to the movie. It's like this is how emotional Pooh can get. Learn it, live it, love it. I don't love it, nor will I ever understand. Oh god. So anyway, continuing on.
Okay, let's just say we're gonna go ahead and finish off Tron's place, just to get it out of the way.
I thought we would have done with Atlantica, but let's go.
We'll go to Atlantica real fast. I really want to get Tron now.
Okay.
But we deal with the we get to a point where we deal with the master computer. And we kick his ass.
What was his? I think. Wasn't he a? Never mind. Forget it. I'm thinking weirdly.
But we kick his ass, change the programming, and we leave, and then I believe once we come back, there's like a little picture, like an 8-bit picture saying thank you, Sora, Donald, and Goofy.
Yeah.
And they're just dancing. But and then like I believe they go outside, I think, and like Aerith like says out of nowhere, this town had another name, and then Radiant Garden appears on the screen. I was like, Radiant Garden, eh? So I'm like, okay, I can flow with that.
I'm questioning why didn't they ever mention that before, especially if they were trying to resurrect the place.
I don't know. I want to know what time period that Radiant Garden got the name changed, the Hollow Bastion.
Oh, I want to say. Actually, I think I have an idea, but I won't say it now because that's just going to spoil the rest of the podcast.
Okay. Well, anyways, we finally can leave, and I guess it's time for some funny fun.
If you want to do 100% on this game, you will do this level, this world. Personally, I hate it with a burning passion of hell, so I will not speak.
So swim, swim, swim.
Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. They should do that world. Fuck everyone else. They should do Finding Nemo. That would be amazing.
But we come here. And of course, this is based off the movie.
It's kind of a repeat again, so it's completely pointless. I hate this game.
But this time it's instead because you know how hard the swimming fighting controls were in the first game, and I think they might have realized that. And so they still bring the world back, but this time it's just button mashing, and it's more of a musical world.
It's a sing-along of hell.
So yeah, so what is there, like 5 or 6 different songs all together?
1, 2, 3, yeah, there's 5.
And you
They're
know,
all from the movie, so if you know them, you can sing along.
probably the only 2 I can deal with is of course Under the Sea.
Oh yeah, Under the Sea.
And okay, there's 3 I can deal with. Under the Sea. What's the one called where she's in her her secret area with her treasures? Yeah, that one is okay. And then the one where you fight Ursula and Ursula's singing.
Oh yeah, that
one
was not. I think I think this one wasn't part of the movie.
Yeah, but it was still pretty good. It was probably the closest thing to a fight, even though it was more of you just mash the buttons.
Yep, it's basically that the entire time. You're just mashing the buttons, singing along if you know the words. It follows the exact same storyline, but this time instead of Eric saving your ass, he actually gets brainwashed like in a movie. And you have your big finale. You have to have certain things to continue on with this world, so that's why we suggest that if you're gonna do it last.
Yeah, because you can get it like earlier in the game, but I always wait to just do it last.
Yeah, because it requires you to have certain spells and power levels that you won't have at the time. So it'll kick you out, and you'll have to get them and then come back. So just do it at the end. You just breeze right through. You're done. And it's pretty simple.
Okay, and then after all that, I believe the only way to get to the world that never was, you have to go back to Twilight Town.
Yep, you have to go into Twilight
because that
Town.
leads to the port. There's like that the portal that takes you there.
Yep, and hence, creepy face, he's like, I have a theory. There's probably a double Twilight Town, so you should better go with who can help you get there. Maybe you can discover your girlfriend, and hopefully she hasn't lost her virginity yet. So you go after her. You go into the world that never was.
Yep. So now this is the last area of the game.
And it's one of the most godliest areas in my opinion. It has, first off, it's lightness everywhere. You go into this little alley area, you fight shitloads of Neo shadows and shadows, and it's like you're fighting darkness itself. And then you get to a point, and this is what I hate the most about this game. I'm sorry, but god damn bitch jabs. This is the part where if you have the Japanese version of the game, you could fight Roxas.
Right.
He's dual wielding. You could either have you can either have like the ultimate weapon at this point, or something else. I forget what,
But like I was actually like watching, one of those people play that fight. Oh my god, Roxas has like a shitload of health too.
Exactly. He is like the most godliest character, and in my opinion, he is twice as better than Sora.
I know, which is good. I like that because the more to the fight, and then
His dual
the longer you can spin.
Amazing. Just amazing.
But of course, in the America version, it's just a cutscene.
Which is plain out stupid. But
And then after they go at it, he's like, you make a good other.
and then he just disappears. You're back into your. It literally was just a daydream. But if I just want the Japanese version just for that one fight, I don't care if I read Japanese. I just want that one fight to actually fight every single one. And I've also heard that in the Japanese version, you got to fight every single character in the Olympus Coliseum.
Yeah, that's what their plan was for that.
But then it just stuck with the remix of Kingdom Hearts 2, but only in Japan, because for some strange reason they won't release it over here. dragons.
But anyways, you know, we continue to where we actually get to the organization's castle.
And it's a trolling of boss battles. Seriously, it is.
Yeah, because you're fighting who's ever left of the organization.
After you killed every single one of them that actually had colorful hair. I'm serious. All the rest of these guys are like either blondes or black-haired people, except for Axel. But everyone else has like the rest of the organization had like different colored hair, like pink, blue, silver, gray. Like you notice it if you actually compare all the organization that died at Castle Oblivion. It's really weird. It's like as though they are anti-color or something. I don't know.
Right. Probably like one of my favorite rooms. I know I shouldn't say that, but it's probably the tombstone area for the organization members who have passed.
Oh yeah.
Because I loved going up to those and then like reading like what their tombstone would say.
Oh yeah. My favorite one was the guy with the axe sword, Luxius, I believe was his name.
Yeah.
And it was like the fallen warrior. It was like, he sounds so majestic. I want to fight him. I wish they could like somehow brought them all back for the game, because to be quite honest, the Chain of Memories command system does not complement any of the bosses. To be quite honest, if you had like the bosses from Chain of Memories in Kingdom Hearts 2 with the Kingdom Hearts 2 battle system, now that would have been very amazing to watch, and I would have loved to play that. But so anyway, you fight the last of the organization. You fight who do you fight? You fight Xavier. Then you fight
Don't you fight Luxord?
Oh yeah, you fight Luxord. You also fight Psyx.
I really enjoyed that fight.
That was a very good fight. I liked it, especially his last line. Like, what was
It was like, Kingdom Hearts, where is my heart? Or something like that.
And he explodes into little bitty pieces. And oh yeah, the best thing about this, you get to find Ansem, aka Riku. Dun dun dun.
Oh, because Riku took the form of darkness, which Ansem's figure.
Apparently. So whenever you think of darkness, just think of Ansem. He'll always be there.
Always.
When you're in your room late at night and it's so completely dark, Ansem's there watching you.
I just think Ansem came back just for a moment to touch Riku, and that's what happened.
Yep. So anyway, you find Ansem, who was actually under that black cloak the entire time, holding Riku's Keyblade and acting a lot like Riku, but it wasn't Riku, it was Ansem, in a way. But anyway, you go on, you free Riku at one point. I forget at which point, but you free him. He becomes Riku once more. You get this awesome Omega combo with him. It's really, really cool. You explode things. Maleficent and Pete, you meet them, and they're like, alright, let's go. Why don't we're gonna help you now. You know what? Because we're not gonna be a douchebag for the rest of this game. We're gonna go out in style. Oh, they fight shitloads of nobodies for you to give you some time. And my favorite line of the Kingdom Hearts and Tom 64 playthrough, the explosion to Kingdom Hearts with that matter gun, and
oh shit!
Yes. And that's why I love Tom 64 so much. Explosions, that Ansem the wise guy dies, and get ready, boys and girls, the final boss! Dun dun dun.
Oh boy.
This final boss is one long ass motherfucker. It
Yeah, they kind of do that with final bosses these days.
Yeah, but especially if it's an RPG. Well, first off, you get to fight. Guess who, boys and girls? Xemnas, the leader.
Yeah, I like the first, the one part of the boss fight where you're fighting, where the tower is.
When you're going up, when he's up at the tower and you're alone and you have to fight him.
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty neat.
That was a good one. I liked how the first boss, where you were trying to get to him at that point, you had to actually fight the city itself, which was really cool. Like all those reaction commands just ended up being you and Riku. Riku got lost and then he saves your ass for the next one. It's like jump on that like roller coaster router thing, and then you get to fight with Riku for the entire time, which is pretty badass. It's really cool. His first form is him using his like lightning blades out of his hands and like slashing at you, which is really cool. That's really cool. There's his second form. You go into this like I don't know what you call it, like this some battleship, and you have to destroy the turbines and something.
Oh yeah.
And then after that, you go. Riku gets you on this like motorcycle. You have to fight Xemnas in this like ultimate battle outfit that has like every weapon that each organization member used. And if you look at him, he's like sitting in this like throne chair, and they're all connected to him. Every single weapon of the organization is there present, and he doesn't use all of them, but he uses a good like the ones that you fought before. He'll like shoot he'll shoot those arrows at you from Xavier. He summons like water clones. He even like brings out like shields of the cards from Luxius. I think that's damn it, I can't think of the names, but he brings out the cards. He uses the Zaldin staffs to like slash at you. It's pretty badass, quite honest. It's one of my favorite forms of it. It's actually my favorite form because you literally fight the entire organization as one. And then the final boss, his final form, he's like covered in white and he's like splattered in white, which was the comment of the screaming fangirls, and he's like, I am darkness. Kingdom Hearts has given me all the power of the world.
And get ready for a really nice boss fight.
Very nice. Fight with Riku, shitloads of reaction commands, one amazing light show, and then the final attack, which is godly in its own way. Destroy him, and you end up where?
In the I believe it's the realm of darkness.
The stripper's asshole.
Yep, and you're at that where it's the beach area.
Yeah, you see it at the beginning. It's like in a cutscene at the very beginning.
So we end up there, and then after they're sitting there talking, blah blah blah, and then a bottle comes up on shore. Riku picks it up, and he looks at it, and he's like, "I think it's for you, Sora."
And so Sora's like, "Oh really? I got mail. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter." Oh my god, I'm gonna shoot you. Wonder who it's from.
Well, so Sora starts reading it, and then you see it's from Kairi, and then out of nowhere, light starts to shine, and then what?
CGI cutscene, motherfuckers. And
where they fall into the ocean or something.
They're like in the ocean, and it's like holy shit. And then they see Kairi at the beach, and it's like hell's yes. Sora's swimming out to her. He comes up. He stands up and he's like, oh shit, Donald Goofy. They ram into him. Kairi and Sora are laughing, ha ha, and then Sora becomes Roxas, and Kairi becomes Naname, and you're like, holy shit, and my cosplay idea comes even brighter into life, and then they turn back to their normal selves, and it's all happy.
We're back.
And
You're home.
why don't you come into the bedroom? I got you a surprise. I'm gonna be...
And then finally, Kingdom Hearts 2 is over.
The credits roll up, and then wait! We're still not done yet. The last CGI cutscene of the entire game. Riku, Sora, and Kairi are just sitting there at their little tree thing. I forget who finds it, but they bring this like note, and it has the seal of the king, and they're reading it, and then the logo of Kingdom Hearts 2. The end of that game.
Motherfuckers.
And that's
Thank
only
Christ.
the third game of the series. We still got three more to cover. Prepare for another couple more hours of this, people.
So, I'm finally gonna move on to the next page.
Finally. Alright, next game, which is one of my personally awesome favorites, because why wouldn't you love this game? Kingdom Hearts 365 Days Over 2. Holla.
Yep, and of course the game came out on Nintendo's new handheld at the time was the DS.
And it was actually how I first was introduced to the Kingdom Hearts franchise. That was actually the first game I actually played. Because I've always heard of Kingdom Hearts, and this one is really close to my heart, and I probably will talk myself winded out of this, so prepare for my voice. Lots of times. Basically, this game is telling the story of what happens between the point from Kingdom Hearts 1 when Sora stabs himself, and he goes, "Kids, don't do this at home," and he kills himself. At a precise moment, Roxas was born. And what was he? A nobody. And where did they go to? The organization.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure of the process of it. I think you have to, like, sign a couple papers, collect your weapon, get the cloak. But once you get through all that sequence, that's where the game begins. You start off in this cutscene where, first off, it's the opening credits. It's like, Passion is playing. It's even more godlier than when you played Kingdom Hearts 2.
Right, and it gives like a description of every organization member or whatever. It
tells you their weapon, what element they control, and like kind of like tells you like a little snippet of like their personality, which you can kind of guess if you played the games before. So you understand all that part. You then, after that, you open up on the cutscene where they bring in Roxas and they say, "Number 13, Roxas." And this logo comes to life. And this is the point where it's basically, this is basically a side game from the original.
Like, not like Chain of Memories. This one is a doable, playable game.
And it's pretty a good game, actually. The command system for this one are panels, which, thank God they didn't use the cards again. I would have hated that so much. These panels, they have a limited amount of panel slots when you first start off. As you progress through the game and level up, you can get more and more and more. You can use level panels, magic, and you have a lot more variety of keyblades, and you kind of go back into fighting Heartless again. You fight, that's all you pretty much fight.
Yeah, because mostly this game is a mission-based game.
For the first part
like
of it, you go through each day, mostly.
Yeah, and each day is like a new mission, like what we're going to do today. What are we going to do today? What are we going to do today?
I don't know, what do you want to do today?
Well, we're going to go kill him, and then have some ice cream later.
I like having ice cream later. Hey,
first murder, then ice cream.
That's the way of the organization.
So, but of course you play as Roxas.
And he is more badass than Sora will ever be in his entire lifetime. It sucks that he is still inside Sora to this day. But anyway, you fight through lots of missions. You hang out with Axel, and he's like, "You're a really cool kid. You know that? I love you." And
Which to say this leads to a best friend relationship. Let's don't go too far.
They find like 7 days, a week later after Roxas comes into play, they find Xion, number 14, and she has no weapon yet. She is honestly, hands down, one of my favorite characters, and Roxas and Xion is one of my favorite pairings of the entire world when it comes to fanfiction.
Right, I do find her she was very interesting as a character.
In my opinion, she should have taken over for Naminé instead of Naminé being Kairi's nobody. Because I don't know why, but it makes so much more sense to me. It's like
it does, because I could see the Roxas and Sora comparisons, but when you look at Naminé and Kairi, I see like two different people. But then when I see Kairi and like Kingdom Hearts 1 Kairi and Xion, then I can just see well, just Xion just has black hair, that's it.
Well, first off, Sora has like dark blonde hair, and Roxas actually has legit blonde hair, so it's pretty even out. So it's okay to look different from your original self, but it makes more sense to me, to be quite honest. It makes so much more sense. I love Xion. First off, you go through the game. Roxas is just trying to figure out who he is. He has no memory of his past self, so he's trying to figure out who he is. He fights for the organization. You go through like literally every day. You fill in like it tells you a bit of the background of the story itself. Like you get to one point where Axel leaves, and you're sad because you have no friend now, and you're just eating ice cream alone after your long day of murder. And then you find Xion, and she's like, "Roxas, let's be friends." We talk, and they talk, and then they go off together, and they become friends. Then you find out what happens at Castle Oblivion, and all the operatives that went out there are dead, and you're thinking, "Oh crap, not Axel, not Axel. Who am I gonna have ice cream with?" so he goes off. So you're sad for a couple days, and then he pops out of nowhere. It's like, "Sup, dude? I've always been here," and you're happy. You, him, and Xion all have ice cream together after your long days of murder. Xion gains the ability to use the Keyblade, but then loses it. You help her get it back through one of the most deadliest missions of the entire game. Since I've played through the game like twice already, and I consider myself an expert on the game, I'll just explain this one mission and maybe a few others that are key to the continuization. This one mission, you have to use a stick instead of the damn Keyblade.
Oh,
Xion,
yeah, I remember that.
Xion is a pussy and loses the ability to use the Keyblade. You have to use it.
So Roxas was like, "Here, I'll let you use mine, and then maybe you can get back to the field or whatever."
And she's like, "What are you gonna use?" "You just pull out your stick. I'm gonna."
I'll just pull out my penis.
You just you draw armor on your penis. It's like there. It's the penis blade of epicness. It fires out white lasers. It's like a jizz cannon, but better.
Oh dear God.
Anyways, you go through it. You fight this really picky boss, and then you're like, she gets her power back, and it's like, hells yes. You're happy, she's happy, she loves you, you love her, I love them, I love the pairing, I hate Naminé for taking Roxas away, and then you keep going on with the game. You're doing a lot more missions, you're getting go to the worlds you go into. This world is in this game you go to Twilight Town. Yes, you do missions at Twilight Town. Alice in Wonderland, you're still continuing on with the basic storyline of KH1 to KH2 of Chain of Memory, so you're gonna get a couple of like mind fucks every so often. Actually, you don't touch KH1, KH2. Like at the very beginning, you touch it. At the end of the game, at the beginning of the game, that's where you touch. But
see, like one of the things I like about the whole going to the world thing, it was like one day you would go to, would say, Agrabah, and then the next you would go to Wonderland, and then like the day after you might go somewhere else, and then you might come back to Agrabah the day after that.
they kept it pretty widespread at times. There was
Yeah, I that's what I liked. We'll do this, and then we'll leave, and then we'll come back and see what's going on, and then.
and each one had their own storyline. Like first off, with Twilight Town, you were just basically fighting basic Heartless, and you were trying to figure out yourself. In Wonderland, you were trying to find out the. It's kind of like the aftermath of after Alice got kidnapped. I don't know if she ever comes back to Alice to Wonderland, but she you find Treasure Cat. He kind of tells you like, oh, there's still Heartless around, and kind of pisses off the Queen. So keep a lookout, hardy har har. Then in another world you enter in, which is Olympus Coliseum, you're training to become a true hero with Phil, and you fight. It's kind of this one you fight bigger Heartless, and this is kind of like you get to have training missions and whatsoever. With this game, I like how you can go back to missions and redo them to get better scores and to get.
Oh right.
That was like one of my favorite parts of it. And if you played like certain mini games correctly and got a certain amount of points, you can unlock future missions that would help you gain more powers and give you more abilities and get you like items that you would use to synthesize to get better, stronger and better keyblades. After that one, you would go to, after that world, you also visited Halloween Town, which was kind of a mindfuck all its own, because to be quite honest, I'm thinking that the storyline for Halloween Town from KH1 to KH2 was this. First off, it was before the movie, then it's the movie, then it's the aftermath of the movie. But for days, for some strange reason, Jack is still obsessed with the idea of Halloween Town, and he's trying to find out a Halloween. He's trying to find a new idea. So I don't know if it's like after when Sora visits, and it's kind of like the area where right before the movie, he's trying to figure out Halloween. It's like the ending of the Halloween that he had, and then he plays with Christmas a bit. Then he fails at it, but then the movie comes into play, and then Sora comes back with Oogie's Return. It's a mind fuck all its own, and I don't 100% understand anymore. So I don't know if your theory is correct, David, with that one, but it makes sense. I'm thinking that it's just like it's like the in-between point. It's like because technically Christmas comes after Halloween, so I think the Halloween deal happened, and then you go over to the movie, and he finds out what he wants to do for Halloween. But then after the Halloween celebration, he realizes, oh, I want to do something else. Then the movie. Then right after Christmas, Sora comes in, and that's what I'm guessing it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's kind of a mindfuck all its own. And then you go to Neverland, which you don't get to meet Peter Pan, which really sucks. But you get to hang out with Tinkerbell, and you get to see one of my most hated bosses of that entire game, the Sky Ruler.
Oh yeah.
He's an annoying asshole.
You want to know who should have been there to help you?
What?
Jake and the Never-Ending Pirates. Here comes Jake.
Oh God. Oh God. So anyway, You fight that guy. Each world has their own boss at one point, so you fight them. You're never done with the game until the very final final 10 missions, and they're
You know what kind of Kingdom Hearts game they need to make?
oh god, here we go.
With the only worlds they can use is this one's it's called the Disney Junior World. And then you just fuck up shit.
Oh gosh. I really wish we could have gone to Toy Story World. That would have been amazing. I would have loved it.
Oh, the things I would do if it was like that.
I could kind of think of it, and I do not want to live in a world of that. But anyway, so each world has their own boss at one point. Then you get to this one point where it's like the halfway point, and you finally get to learn more of the actual storyline. There's a lot more CGI cutscenes here and there. Shion finds out about herself, who she really is. Axel finds out, what she really is. Roxas is completely clueless. You actually get to go to the Dream Islands at one point, and you don't actually get to do a mission there, but I'm guessing it's technically a dream of Roxas going there with Axel and Shion. And you go there, you're like, this is such a cool place, and I want to come back here to the beach. And then from there, it's kind of sad what happens. Shion and Axel kind of ditch Roxas a lot. He sits there eating ice cream alone after his long day of murdering. You kind of go to, well, actually, let's see. You have to, damn it, I keep losing my train of thought. Shion finds out that what she truly is a like some sort of parasite deal.
She's a puppet.
She's a puppet. There we go. She's supposed to take control of the ability to use the Keyblade away from Roxas. Axel knows of this, but he doesn't like it because they're all friends, and this is one of the most heart-jerking things in the world. It's like this is a true friendship this is like a true friendship, and it kind of gets destroyed by the organization's heartlessness. Get my pun? No. So their heartlessness kind of destroys their friendship in a way. Axel trying to save Roxas and Shion from destroying each other. There is this one mission where you're supposed to take out this like really incredibly hard Heartless. Once you get halfway through fighting him, Axel comes in and stops you two, and you realize, oh crap, I was fighting Shion.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was like I was yelling at my DS. It's like, what the fuck? I did not see that coming. So
yeah, because I thought I was really fighting like a monster, and then like it was really Shion.
I was like, how the what?
Because I think it was planned.
It was
you know,
planned,
we
yeah,
can't have two Keyblade. You know,
it was planned
people.
for one of you guys to take out the other, and so that you would.
So who's ever left standing would be the one that would, we'd just use you for the collecting of the hearts or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And so you're like, oh damn it, I'm sorry Shion, I'm sorry Roxas, and then they make out and make up, and then we go on, and you have this like final 5 missions, which are very tedious. First off, there's this one mission where you have to fight like 10 like boss Heartless, and you have to finish them all off in one mission, and they're pretty hard. Some of them are really difficult, others are simple that you fought before, and so there's not very many surprises, but there is this one Heartless that's optional to fight that is such a troll, I can never beat it.
Right.
Then you go into, you have to place the device mission, which you have to go into Agrabah, and you know where the area where you had to go to the keyhole? Well,
yeah.
That's where you place the device. It's this like white deal, and you have to place it there, fight a like really powerful Heartless, and then you're like, why the hell am I doing this for the organization? And then you go off to where is it? After that, you decide, you know what? I'm done with the organization. I'm gonna run away from it. You go to CGI cutscene, which you would have, you probably have seen like maybe once or twice in the previous games, I think, or some connection to it when you first did Kingdom Hearts 2. You would like see like a snippet of it. This
Mm-hmm.
is basically Roxas walking away from the world that never was, and Axel's like,
Oh, yeah, and then, like, Axel, you know, he'll appear or
yeah, and he
whatever.
goes like, you're running away. It's like, yeah, I am, and it's like, you're not gonna, you can't turn on the organization, and he says, no one's gonna miss me, but he's like, but I will, and it's just a heart wrenching idea. It's like, Axel has a heart, Roxas has a heart. Why aren't they in love yet? And, like, why isn't this bromance going anywhere? You,
Oh, trust me, it goes, word, you know, goes fast when there's fan art above.
oh, of course. Anyway, you run away from it. Before that actual point, you get to fight Sayax, he's really a cool boss in that one, and he's just as godly as when you fought him in KH2, but it's a little bit limited, but it's still a cool boss. Before that, then the cutscene, then you leave, and you kind of make your home in Twilight Town. There's a Moogle there. Oh, in this one you use a Moogle to go to get your shopping and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
And then the final two missions, which are, in my opinion, one of the most heartbreaking, heart-wrenching, mentally destructive things in the world, that I cried at the end of this game because it was so emotional that I just could not put the game down. You have to fight Shion, and she has 4 forms. And you think this is the final boss, but it's not. Those devices you placed are actually like equipment for her to become this like Godmon type deal. I'm not even sure what she is. Apparently she's a puppet, but I don't know if she's like heartless or nobody or whatever she is. She becomes these like creature things that are like these armored clad creatures, each of them with different fighting styles, and you have to fight them at different worlds. Not every world, mind you, but some of them you go to.
Yeah, and I thought this feature was kind of cool because you would fight, and then we would be next phase. We're now somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Fight next phase. Oh, now we're here.
Yep, you would go to, let's see, where was it? You go to Wonderland, then Halloween Town, Agrabah, and the device you placed.
And then you finished it off in what, Twilight Town?
Yeah, she became this like huge. She became like really big. You were standing on this plate of light, and she would yell things like "Get ready, Roxas!" And like I would just be, and while I was fighting, I was just like thinking, "No, no, no, no! I don't want to kill Shion, but I have to. I don't want to kill Shion." You kill her, and I'm just. At the end of this entire game, I'm just, what the hell? You destroy like the armor around her. You technically killed her. You catch her. She's in your arms.
You
and
can't go.
And
Who am I going to eat ice cream with?
it's so cute.
But I was like, that is such a cheesy line.
But it's so heartbreaking because I love this pair. It's like they have such an innocent friendship. I mean, he doesn't make out with her or try to have sex with her. It's just so innocent. And it's so sad how they destroyed it by him killing her. And I'm like, no! I cried after she was dying. And so he turns all badass now. He goes into the next mission, which is you go into the world that never was, and this is your mission. The idea of your mission is to go into the castle and take out the organization to get back Shion, because you don't know how to get her back, but you think if you can take them out, you can somehow get her back, and to find the Sora person and take him out as well. You go into you're hooded and you keyblade wielding. You have Oblivion and Oathkeeper. You're slicing through neon shadows like consistently. And
I know this was pretty
it
badass.
was pretty badass. You would just cut right through them without breaking a sweat. You would do like these ultimate like attacks that were so amazing to watch. You'd go through it, and then you get to the tower, and cutscene. And if you ever unlocked
The special secret ending of Kingdom Hearts.
2, you would find
Yeah.
that it would show this cutscene, and it was bad ass. Wait, was it Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2 that showed this cutscene?
I think it was Kingdom Hearts 1 that showed that one because Kingdom Hearts 2 showed the Birth by Sleep one.
Oh yeah, that's right. Alright, well, if you ever discovered the secret ending, it showed you this cutscene where a guy in black and another guy in black were running across from each other up a tower. The guy would throw a keyblade at him, and the one guy was hooded. The other guy had blue hair and the like bandage over his eyes. They'd be fighting each other they would fight in the neon shadows together, and it was like so badass. And that was Riku before he embraced darkness, and you got to fight him, and I was trolling his ass completely. I just was gliding around him, slashing at him, using my ultimate keyblade that I created, and I was just beating his ass into a pulp. At the very end, he just summons the power of darkness, and then he knocks you out, and Kingdom Hearts 2 continues after this.
Yeah, because then the day after begins that 7-week vacation or whatever.
And it's like, I hope we go to the beach, and then you see...
Or 7-day week, I mean.
Yeah, it's just the week-long tutorial.
Yeah, because, yeah.
And so you go through it, and that's the end of you actually Roxas forgets about Shion. And that is one of the most heartbreaking things in my opinion. It's like, this game had so emotion at the end that I am kind of sad how bad of a reputation it gets, but it's so it's so emotional in my opinion, because they have because Shion's gone. What the hell? She is like the most amazing character, and I am so sad that she only got one game to be in, but she is sorely missed, and I am sad that she is gone. I am truly sad that she is gone, and I really wish that she could come back, but I think they would ruin her if they brought her back, so I kind of want her to stay dead. But she was like one of my favorite characters of this entire series. And then we go to our next game. Jared?
Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep.
No, we're missing one.
No, this game came out next.
Recoded came out afterwards?
Yeah, Recoded came out. Well, the cell phone one came out
I thought the
long time ago.
Oh, I know the cell phone game came out like in Tokyo beforehand, but I thought they made.
But yeah, Recoded came out for the DS a year after Birth by Sleep.
I thought it came before because it.
No, just look. Well, it was a few months after Birth by Sleep. No, Birth by Sleep came out for the PSP on September 7th, 2010, and Recoded came out for the DS on January 11th, 2011.
Alright, I'm gonna go through my informers. Explain the game again to the people. Because I never actually got to play this game.
Okay, Birth by Sleep?
No, not Birth by Sleep. Yeah. I've only seen the playthrough of Birth by Sleep. So. I don't
Okay,
really have much
well,
to say.
pretty much Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, it takes place like 10 years before Kingdom Hearts 1. And in this one, you were able to play as 3 characters. Terra, Vin, and Aqua. And in a way, it was like, you could say it was also a difficulty level in a way. Aqua was, of course, easy. Vin was normal, and Terra was kind of hard mode. And for Sony, for doing this one was a little bit unique. Because have you ever noticed when playing a Kingdom Hearts game, you could see that you could have like up to 99 files?
Oh yeah, I saw.
Okay. Well, in this one, it was kind of like the same thing, but like, say we were going to go ahead and play as Terra. You want to make sure Terra has his own file, Vin has his own file, and Aqua has her own file. Reason being, because you're going to need a fourth one for the very end. But I'll get to that towards the end. But with Birth by Sleep, it starts out with Terra, Vin, and Aqua. You know, they're just training or whatever. But it's more involving with Terra and Aqua, because I believe like the next day they were going to do their test for their mastery test, so they can be a Keyblade master.
Yep.
And Vin is still, I think it's because of his age. I think he might be a little too young, or he's just still training.
I think he's like 2 years younger than them, and he did start late technically because they were.
And
little.
Of course, they're training under their master, Aragus. And so what? And then also on that day of mastery, Master Xehanort was there, and so they were there, and so Terra and Aqua, started their training. And during that, Xehanort decided to make it a little bit more interesting. So he made like these dark orbs appear in the room, and they weren't like anything like eat bad. It was just kill it. So even Vin jumped in to do this, but Aragus like was seeing for this, and Aqua was the only one who got to become a master of the Keyblade. Terra couldn't because his heart was still too full of darkness in a way, and so this pissed off Terra. But this is Xehanort's plan, and so Terra wants to go out and find a way, to fix this. So he leaves, and of course, Vin is like the best friend to Terra. So then Vin follows Terra, and then of course Aragus has Aqua go after Vin to bring him back. And so then you'll go to each worlds are kind of like broken up into like different things. Like one would go here, one would go there, and one would go there. And like the first,
they ever actually meet up.
but they would have it where Terra would go to Enchanted Dominion, which was Sleeping Beauty world. Then would go to I can't think of it, but it's the Snow White world.
I think it's like Enchanted Castle or something like that.
I don't know. And Aqua, she went to like the Cinderella world, wherever she's from.
Yeah, Enchanted Dominion, I think that one was it.
Or something like that. But they would all go for all this, and they would eventually go, like it was like a circle for everyone. And because everyone did go to all these, and they, you would find out things, and of course Maleficent,
this is when
she had plans for the future, and she would trick Terra and all this stuff, and then eventually you would go to places like Radiant Garden, and so you would come there, and that's where they would eventually re-meet up again, and that's where you would have that one fight. Oh, and by the way, the enemies in this one is brand new. They're known as the Unversed, and they kind of remind you of Heartless in a way.
I think they're based off the Heartless. They just needed to make them look a little semi-different, since this is an entire new game, a new era of evil. So they can't just keep reusing the same thing over and over again. That would be weird.
Right, and of course, after they would fight the boss or whatever, and Vin was like, "Oh, you know what? Let's celebrate. I got these passes to Disney Town from this duck, and which was Scrooge, and so but like they do go to Disney Town, but I think like everyone has to go, like someone go like waits or something, because there's a point where Vin ends up fighting this one boy, which is known as Vanitas, who I'm guessing Vanitas was made by Xehanort.
I think he was like the opposite of Vin. And
Right, like that's what they kind of wanted.
Yeah, and then Xehanort kind of like made him even better than when he was first created or something, I believe.
Right, but anyways, they'll go for like all this crap. Eventually, you'll go to Disney Town. Now, 100 Acre Woods, the book is mentioned, but it's not anything you could really do. It's all it is what you'll get these things known as command boards. Pretty much
it's like
a Mario Party version of Kingdom Hearts in a way, but it's something you could do more of like online kind of deal, friends or whatever.
If you have wireless connection and friends, and most of us don't have friends that have the same games.
I've never done the command board. I don't find it, But anyways, Disney Town was more of the replacement for 100 Acre Woods, because everyone would go in and they would have a different mini game. And oh my god, Terra's one was kind of like Mario Kart.
Oh yeah,
but it was like he used his
Keyblade,
his bike. You know what I'm talking about? His hover thing.
Oh yeah, his hovercraft deal. Yeah.
Yeah, and Aqua, when she would go in, I think it was where it was something stupid like how many times you could like throw the fruit up in the air or some shit like that.
Yeah, it was kind of like fruit volleyball or something.
Yeah, but then, oh my god, for Christ's sake, Vin
gave
me the most aggravating minigame. The one with the ice cream thing.
It's basically just a rhythm game. It's like, if any of you guys
ever played... I'm not good at matching the rhythm, so I would screw up. But then eventually, I just stopped what I was doing, took a breather, and I'm like, okay, cool down. And then I just listened, then
and his eyes was closed
because I would hear "It's a Small World" in my head.
Yeah, it's a small world after all.
It's a small world when you're dead.
Whoa.
I'm sorry.
James Wood's gonna be there. He'll be controlling the entire organization now.
But anyways, you eventually leave Disney Town, and then it kind of does like with the Princess kind of worlds. It breaks off with 3 other ones. You got Olympus Coliseum again. You got Deep Space.
Yes.
And you got Neverland. And so, but everyone would go to different things. Like, let me say, I don't remember who went where first.
I'm not sure either.
But
I think Terra was the first one to visit Deep Space.
Yeah, and I think it was Vin for Olympus Coliseum, and I think Aqua for Neverland.
That actually makes sense.
But and of course, they would go for like what they had to do or whatever, and after that, if memory serves me correct, Neverland being the last area, the last like Disney World area.
This kind of segues into the final area you go into, correct?
Right. This gets you to the final area, which was the Keyblade Graveyard area, and this is where, of course, we break off in the paths, and Terra would fight Master Xehanort. Vin would fight Vanitas, and actually Aqua would fight Vanitas first.
Well, I think the storyline is Roxas meant like the mental, like Roxas and Vanitas would clash first. Then Roxas would go into Vanitas. They would become one, On the inside, Vanitas and Roxas are still fighting. On the outside, Vanitas has a broken key blade or
Yeah, I
X
think
blade.
because I think Ven and Vanitas are fighting, but on the outside, like Aqua is fighting the other Vanitas with the help of
I
Mickey.
think I think the idea is that inside Vanitas' head, or like like on the inside, the internal battle is Roxas and Vanitas, which is where you get that
Right.
that boss battle. But on the
As
outside,
Terra's up on the
yeah,
mountain or
Terra's up
whatever
on the
fighting
mountain.
Xehanort.
Yeah, I think that's the storyline of it. That's how it's supposed to go.
But and of course, Vanitas gets defeated. Um, the the Keyblade, or what should have been known as the X Blade.
Which was written as that. It was just the X blade, but then it would say Key blade.
Yeah, Keyblade. But when Vanitas is defeated, what happens is, like Terra's like, the only way I'll defeat you or whatever is to take all of my darkness and turn it into light or whatever. But then it gets to a point where Xehanort ends up like taking over Terra's body,
And he just
and because I think he wanted like a younger Shell to be in.
I think his strategy is basically he controls the soul and body of a younger person to live on
Because I think
forever.
he knew, because of old age, he wasn't done what he needed to do,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he wanted to continue, but he wanted to be he needed a younger body,
Yeah, he needed more time. So
and of course. Now, there's one more section, but to do this, you need to make sure you went through everyone's story, and you needed to get all of Ansem's reports. And I believe there's 10 of them.
yeah, there's always 10.
And once you got all of them, you would get the fourth file would be unlocked, and once you save that file, you would get the last story. Now, you get to play as Aqua for this one. But you'll get to, it's pretty much all it is like a long cutscene, and then you would end up fighting Terranort.
Terra with Ansem inside of Terra.
Yeah, so you would and it's a pretty nice hardcore boss battle, and you would fight in the middle of Radiant Garden,
Which was a very great scenery at the time.
And of course, when the fight's over, like Terra, it's kind of like the whole thing with like Riku to stop Ansem with the Sora and Kairi thing.
Yep.
Like he was trying to pull Ansem back. Well, Terra does that thing, and but what happens is, they end up making this portal of darkness, and Terra falls in it.
And Aqua follows them inside.
Yeah, Aqua follows and saves Terra, but Aqua is left behind. And of course, some the guys of Ansem the Wise and his people find Terra, who's still Xehanort,
Which sucks.
just laying there on the ground. Okay, guys, let's just bring him in. Blah blah blah. And as for Vanitas, or not Vanitas, Ven. He uses he's like weak, but he's pretty much like light, but he's like sleeping or whatever.
He's kind of like
but he uses like his heart to like he finds like little boy Sora, like little kid Sora.
Oh yes.
And he asks Sora if he could stay with him in a way inside of him. And of course, 5-year-old Sora is like, okay.
Let's do it.
And so then he would sleep inside Sora's heart, which then, of course, in Kingdom Hearts, when Sora stabs himself, he releases the light, which was Ben, who I guess you would say reincarnates in becoming Roxas.
I think Ven makes sense. Yeah, he technically became Roxas, and then when Roxas came back into Sora, didn't he leave and went back into himself?
Something like that. But anyways, that's all of Birth by Sleep.
And at the very end,
in a really quick way.
At the very end of this game, because I remember this so clearly, so Aqua's the guy she meets up with, which I'm guessing is Ansem the Wise.
Yeah, she meets up with Ansem the Wise.
And he's like, there's this new creature, and his name is Sora. And then everyone of the entire game that you've met up with, they say Sora, Sora, Sora. And it's like, what the f... It just keep going on and on and on, and everyone says Sora like 20 times, and then at the very end, you see Sora at the where he was left off, reading the note, and you finally get to figure out what does the note say. And that's the end of Birth by Sleep.
And, of course, now we would finally get into Recoded.
Which came out for the DS once more. And
Right.
this one is another filler.
This one's actually pretty short after playing it.
I have never gotten my hands on it. Though I haven't seen a playthrough of it yet either, so...
I remember getting a hold of it. Okay, pretty much what Recoded is. It starts off where it shows both Jimmy's journals, the first one from Kingdom Hearts 1, and then next to it's the one from Kingdom Hearts 2. But Jiminy is more concerned about the first one. And so he opens it up because he knows there was an adventure, but there was no text in there. But it did say, thank Nomine, and he wants to figure this out. So they kind of put rocket science into all this. So, he goes and brings the journal to Mickey, and, they look into it, and then I don't know what's going on. Mickey has like a virus from all this, and the Disney's computer or whatever is all screwed up. So then they decide, oh, who can save all this? And then they get a data version of Sora.
Computer Sora.
And pretty much, really all this game really is, it's kind of like going through Kingdom Hearts 1 again. It gives you that Chain of Memories vibe in a way, but not as bad.
Oh, thank God.
And what you do is, the whole idea is, you'll start off in Destiny Islands, and there's something that's torn in the program, and you need to find the torn part, and then you'll go inside the torn thing and kill the Heartless that are in it, and then defeat the boss if there is one, and then you'll fix that part of the program, and then more things would start to appear in this journal. But the thing is, it wouldn't be things from the first adventure. It would be all this creepy stuff, like I know it was you, please stop this now, and stuff like that. And they were getting all freaked out. It'll get to a point where it'll focus more on Mickey and them, because Mickey, Donald, and Goofy are there. And out of nowhere, a shining light appears, but they never realize it. But what happens is, they get transferred into the computer, because, eventually Chip and Dale, come into the room and they're gone, but, they hear Chip and Dale's voice for the computer, because that's how Mickey would, talk to the data version of Sora. But yeah, you would go for all these different worlds you went through in KH1, fix the broken program, and then so on and so forth. And it would actually take you to all the way up to Castle Oblivion from Chain of Memories. And this is probably the closest thing you will get. The final boss is actually Roxas.
Hells yes.
And it's probably the closest thing you will get to the Kingdom Hearts 2 fight, because they put you're in the Dark Realm or whatever, and you'll fight Roxas, but of course you won't see his face because he still has his hood up. But then after you defeat him, you'll see his hair, and you're oh well, it's a given. But then when it's over, pretty much the game is over, everything is starting to fix back, and then of course that's when Mickey decides to write his letter to Sora. And of course, when you get the secret ending at the end, you'll find out that he had said once both Sora and Riku, because he wants to test them for their Mark of Mastery or whatever.
And then the end of Kingdom Hearts Recoded. Dun,
Yeah,
dun,
pretty much.
dun.
And that's pretty much the games that are out now.
For the time being, when we recorded
For the
this.
time being.
Oh.
Now, as for news right now,
Dream
summer,
Dream Drop Distance.
pretty much this July, Dream Drop Distance for Nintendo's newest handheld 3DS will be out. And of course, this is going to take place right after the events of Recoded.
And it's supposed to be like from what we can tell so far, because we haven't played the game yet, obviously, it's basically what it's gonna be like the Mark of Mastery test, but instead of them fighting each other like they did with Terra and Aqua, they're actually gonna have them go on separate adventures, and I think they're trying to find each other in the end. And
right.
So we've tried our best not to spoil ourselves, but we've seen like few things about it, and
yeah, and I believe the game is already out in Japan, so I've already seen things I shouldn't.
It's like when you go into a peak show, you see things you're not supposed to see, but you do anyway, and you like it. Anyway, basically what we're finding out so far is that the newest enemies are Dream Eaters. And
right.
You get, instead of summons, you get these animal creature things which look far too anime to be a part of America, to be quite honest. I'm sorry, it's just it sounds a little too much like Pokemon, and I'd rather keep the idea of summoning Disney characters and whatnot, because that would have been very, very fun to do. That's the opening. From what we've seen, is pretty badass. I hope they finally get to Kingdom Hearts 3 after this. I mean, seriously.
I think what the director was pointing at, he believes after the 3DS game, Kingdom Hearts 3 will be coming out then. Because he was like, well, it's about time we finally get around to it.
Thank God. Because they've had so many filler games, and
like the rumors have been said that there's a good chance Kingdom Hearts 3 is going to be the end of the series to get all together.
Well, thank God, and hopefully it will redeem the Kingdom Hearts name for being a 10-year project. Well, probably going on to 11-year project.
Because Kingdom Hearts just recently did celebrate its 10-year anniversary.
Exactly. So this is been a 10-year project. We have not finished the actual the storyline itself. We're still being mindfucked to this very day. I'm still being mindfucked because I think in Dream Drop Distance you get to meet Ventus, Terra, and Aqua at one point. I think I've seen a cutscene for that.
Since no one's 100% sure yet, we'll just find out the summer.
Exactly. So it's basically an entire mindfuck, this entire series, but I enjoyed it no matter what, and I still think Shion should have lived to see another day.
Right.
Oh, well. Last thoughts on the game, David?
Christ. Well, I've really enjoyed going for Kingdom Hearts, and like I said, thank goodness that Kingdom Hearts 2 came out when it did, because Chain of Memories would have ruined it all for me.
It probably ruined it all for a lot of people, and I mean a lot.
Because I would have stomped the whole Kingdom Hearts. Good thing, because 2 fixed everything, took all my problems away.
It just made the game even more glorified than it already was.
And I honestly never really want to play Chain of Memories ever again. I figured beating it once on the PS2 was enough.
Well, just for me, I just end up watching playthrough, because when I first started, I just could not handle it on the first world, and I'm very scared to actually to keep going on with the game, because I just do not want to deal with that command system at all. For Kingdom Hearts 2, I'd love to go through that game again. I love doing it over and over and over again. It's such a fun game.
Right, I can play like any of the other ones as many times as I'd like.
Yeah.
But other than that, I find, the whole thing with Square and Disney, putting their stuff together, and it's a good idea, and going to explore, different Disney worlds, and helping with their situation, and if it involved something random or if it was something based off that movie, or
It was very good. It's an exciting game. I mean, t- I loved having to visit your favorite Disney worlds. That was like a treat for me. It was a very big treat for me. Um, the Keyblades were very fun to play around with. Different looks,
Right,
different
and especially getting
powers.
different varieties of different keys.
Oh yeah, you as every game you would go through would have its own like set course of Keyblades. So you would never see ones twice, except for the obvious favorites and obvious ones that must be in, which are the only three: Oathkeeper, Oblivion, and the Ultimate Keyblade. Those were the only three you would consistently see, but you never really would complain about it. I never did. I loved having Oathkeeper and Oblivion. They were like the most badass keys in the world, and I enjoyed having them. All like you could always get the chance to get your hands on them. It was a very, very, very fun game series. Which one was your favorite game, David?
Probably right now as it stands, probably my favorite. It's a close tie between Kingdom Hearts 2 and Birth by Sleep.
For me, it hands down has to be Days. Second, it would be Kingdom Hearts 2, because I just love the emotion within Kingdom Hearts Days that I just have to love it.
Yeah, I think Days would follow up between one of those two games for me.
It's a shame that it's been such downrated to be such a lame game, but okay, the first part of it is kind of slow, but once you really get past that part, it has such amazement.
See, for me, it was like for because one reason why I would play the Kingdom Hearts series was more for the story.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, for a DS game, I didn't really care about what the graphics looked like. You know, I didn't care like what glitches it had. I thought the story of Days was a very interesting story at that.
It was a very interesting story. It was very emotional, a roller coaster type, and it had so many plot points that it mind fucked you no matter where you went.
Yeah, I know. You know, most of that was text-based stuff that you would read, but it was stuff I would actually read.
Mm-hmm. Like it wasn't
because I didn't want to miss what they were talking about. You know, those evenings eating ice cream.
Oh, those ice cream evenings after a long day of murder.
So,
well, I believe it's time to wrap this up.
I agree with you there.
All right. Well, tune in next time for another edition of whatever we're gonna come up with on the VBC site. Don't know what, but it's gonna come out eventually. Probably our God of War playthrough.
Hopefully, or something random.
Something random. Well, this is TheApApp.
And this is Dave Mio.
And thank you for staying in for our very long ass Kingdom Hearts playthrough. Goodbye.
Bye.